NASTOP's contract circulars as 23.9 trillion naira capital budget pushes into 2026.
Federal government restates resolve to revive Ajaokuta steel plant.
CLO to CUFG over immigration officers' salary arrears.
Emergency rule on just suspension not favor breaks.
UN says 91 Chibok girls are still missing 10 years on.
Professionals decry inequality, urge Nigeria to embrace China's GGI.
In business, stakeholders called for private boosting Nigeria's shipping.
And the world of sports restructures electoral body in Lagos.
In entertainment, a DJ Kopi lifts marriage as most important contract with God. Now the news in details. As part of efforts to streamline fiscal discipline and fast-track capital projects execution, the National Assembly has ordered the immediate withdrawal of all contract award circulars issued for the 2025 budget. To this end, the 23.9 trillion naira capital component of the 54.99 trillion naira budget will now be implemented over 2 fiscal years, stretching into 2026. The resolution, which follows an interactive session with President Bola Tinubu's economic team at the National Assembly in Abuja, was jointly adopted by the Senate and House of Representatives Committee on Appropriations. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Appropriations, Senator Solomon Olamileko Nadola, said the decision is intended to avoid missteps in capital project implementation and ensure a smooth transition between fiscal periods. According to him, the implementation of the 2025 capital budget must commence without delay, while the authority to incur expenditure AIE should be issued within 7 days of this meeting. He added that circulars already sent by the Ministry of Finance to MDAs are to be withdrawn pending the release of the AIE.
The federal government has dismissed recent concerns over the future of the Ajaokuta Company Limited, stating that it remains committed to reviving the plant and developing Nigeria's steel sector. In a statement, the head of press and public relations, Ministry of Steel Development, Salamatu Jabinia, said a comprehensive technical and financial audit of ASCL was currently underway to guide transparent, data-driven decision in Nigeria's best interest. She expressed confidence that the ongoing audit would provide a solid basis for decisive action that advances Nigeria's industrial ambitions. According to the statement, the overall assessment of the previous technical audit report, dated 2012, maintained that the general status of the steel plant is in robust condition, except for normal deterioration of replaceable parts. It added that the report only recommended automation of manual control systems for improved efficiency. Therefore, the ministry remains confident that an updated audit will provide a sound basis for decisive actions that advances Nigeria's industrial aspirations.
Meanwhile, the federal government has set December 31, 2025, deadline for mining and quarry companies to conclude their community development agreements with host communities or risk severe sanctions, including revocation of licenses and reparations. In a statement, the Special Assistant on Media to the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Shegun Tomori, said the warnings follow a review of companies' compliance with CDA requirements in the first 6 months of the year. According to the statement, mining and quarrying companies licensed by the Nigerian Mining Cadastral Office since last year are expected to conclude the community development agreement with host communities on or before December 31 this year. It added that the law holders of mineral titles are required to agree with their host communities on specific projects and programs before commencing extraction. Citing figures from the Nigerian Mining Cadastral Office, it stated that though 960 small-scale mineral licenses, 391 quarrying licenses, and 37 mining leases were issued in 2023 alone, totaling 1,388 titles. only 342 CDAs have been signed to date, leaving a wide gap in compliance.
Moving on, the Civil Liberties Organization has decried the 14-month salary arrears of Nigerian immigration officers serving abroad and has threatened legal action against the federal government over what it termed the resultant significant hardship to the officers and their families. Describing the delay in payment as unfortunate, the CLO Executive Director, Steve Aluko, stated in Jos Plateau State that the federal government has failed to meet its obligations to personnel in spite of claims that it had met revenue targets. According to Aluko, owing immigration officers on foreign nation for 14 months brings a lot of harshness, a lot of trouble, dysfunction in their family life, and lead to loss of property and livelihood in some instances, stating that non-payment of salaries also carries grave security implications. He stressed that immigration officers play a critical role in monitoring cross-border movement and preventing criminality and terrorism. According to the CLO, if you do not pay them and their families suffers, you are indirectly making them vulnerable to all sorts of abuses and forms of possible international espionage that can even sell a lot of critical information about the country.
In this report, the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, says that 10 years after their abduction, 91 Chibok schoolgirls are still in captivity or have remained unaccounted for. According to the committee, the initial focus on the inquiry was on the mass abduction by Boko Haram in 2014, when 276 schoolgirls were taken from Chibok Secondary School in Borno State. It stated that out of the 276, 82 managed to escape on their own, while 103 were released in small groups between 2016 and 2017 through prisoner exchanges, leaving no fewer than 91 still in captivity or their whereabouts still unknown. Chairperson of the committee, Nahla Haida, said the abduction of the Chibok girls was not an isolated tragedy, but part of a series of mass abduction targeting schools and communities across northern Nigeria. In the finding published followed a 2-week confidential mission to Nigeria in December 2023, CEDAW further stated that many survivors continue to endure trauma and social stigma with little or no access to adequate support services.
Moving on, against the backdrop of growing inequality and impunity by major powers in the contemporary global system, international relations experts have urged Nigeria to embrace China's Global Governance Initiative for Inclusive Development. The GGI is China's framework to promote global fairness, equity, and inclusive development. Speaking at the opportunities for China-Africa cooperation during a seminar in Abuja, Director of the Center for China Studies, Charles Onunaju, said the GGI is timely response to the obvious deficit in global governance. He noted the exclusion of voices from the global south in decision-making, warning that outcomes in the global system would remain paralyzed without the wisdom and input of the majority across the world. Also, the Director of the Center for Contemporary China-Africa Research, Professor Sherif Ibrahim, criticized global institutions for favoring a handful of dominant powers at the expense of billions of others. On his part, the director of Abuja School of Social and Political Thoughts, Dr. Sam Amadi, described China's proposal as both ambitious and opportunity. He added that China seek a fair world order and that Nigeria must position itself strategically to benefit from this shift.
Away from that report, renowned environmental and human rights activist Kyo Brits says that President Bola Tinubu has not done any favor to Rivers State people by suspending the emergency rule he imposed on the state. Speaking in Port Harcourt, Brits insisted that President Tinubu unjustly declared the emergency rule. Therefore, the restoration of democratic rule at the end of the 6 months period cannot be seen as favor to the state. She added that Governor Similai Fubara has the full natural backing of the people, but expressed fear about whether the support could be translated into good governance or not. According to Brits, Fubara has always had the total organic support of the majority of the people of Rivers State, from market women to all spheres of career women. She accused President Tinubu of being the problem of the state, adding that he has not done any good to the state because there cannot be peace without justice. She added that justice is still lacking in the whole process.
Meanwhile, the Nigerian Immigration Service has transitioned to a single centralized system for the first time in 62 years, as it officially ended passport production at multiple centers. Disclosing this when he inspected Nigeria's new centralized passport personalization center at the NIS headquarters in Abuja, the Minister of Interior, Dr. Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, noted that since the establishment of NIS in 1963, Nigeria had never operated a central passport production center. He explained that the project was 100% ready, adding that Nigeria can now be more productive and efficient in delivering passport services. Tunji-Ojo further explained that old machines could only produce 250 to 300 passports daily, but the new system had a capacity for 4,500 to 5,000 passports daily. He added that with this, the NIS can now meet daily demands within just 4 to 5 hours of operation. Well, you're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We're going to a very quick break now. When we return, more in the news. We'll be right back.
Glad to have you back. It's still the Media News and Voice of the People Television. The Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency, NIHSA, has warned of grave and imminent danger to Nigerians living on the flood banks and areas prone to flood disasters as River Niger and Benue have reached their peak, warning people to evacuate the areas. The NIHSA Director General Mohammed Umar said that it was very critical at this point for communities along rivers Niger and Benue to take proactive steps to safeguard their lives and property against flooding. According to him, NIHSA is working closely to dam authorities to mitigate the impact of flooding on downstream communities and vulnerable populations. He disclosed that the tributaries of River Rima, Kaduna, and Gongola are also at their peak, with several major dams in Nigeria now experiencing surge in reservoir level due to peak of rainy season.
Moving on, a Nigerian living in the United Kingdom, Farouk Adepoju, has been arrested after the United States requested his extradition on charges of wire fraud and computer fraud. The acting United States Attorney, Troy Rivetti, stated that Adepoju was arrested by UK authorities on September the 15th, 2025, and is awaiting extradition to face a 7-count indictment in the Western District of Pennsylvania. The unsealed indictment shows that between March and April 2023, Adepoju allegedly hacked into a computer belonging to a Western Pennsylvania construction company working for a university. He was further alleged to have altered email rules, created a spoofed email account, and tricked the university into sending about $235,266, 80 cents in a fraudulent bank account with the funds not yet recovered. Rivetti said that Adepoju is charged with using sophisticated cyber means to illegally access accounts belonging to a business in order to victimize one of the region's universities.
Away from that, the Lagos state government says that it will continue to prioritize the safety of lives and property following Tuesday's fire outbreak at a Freeland Towers on Broad Street, Victoria Island. At a press briefing in Alausa, emergency responders confirmed that 7 people died from the smoke inhalation after the 6-story building caught fire. They explained that the blaze started from the basement and assured that the response was swift. Officials urged residents to remain calm during emergencies and avoid spreading unverified information. The government also sympathized with traders at Central Plaza near Mandela's Market who lost goods worth millions of naira in another fire inferno on the same day. Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Benga Omotosho, stressed that the safety of Lagosians is paramount, warning against fake news and reaffirming government's commitment to effective emergency response. Present at the briefing were the head of LASEMA, the Fire and Rescue Service, Lesambos, and the Safety Commission.
Moving on, President Bola Tinubu's decision to lift the 6-month emergency rule in Rivers State is drawing reactions from Edo, where residents see it as a long overdue return to democracy and stability. They welcome the reinstatement of Governor Siminalayi Fubara, his deputy, and the State Assembly, and called for unity and stronger governance to ensure Rivers people benefit from the renewed peace. Voice of the People TV's Rhoda Johnny in Benin City has the rest of this report.
Bola Tinubu has lifted the 6-month emergency rule in Rivers State, reinstating Governor Siminalayi Fubara, his deputy, and the State House of Assembly. The presidency said the decision followed a new spirit of understanding among stakeholders after months of political crisis. Residents in Benin City welcomed the move, describing it as a restoration of democracy and a chance for peace and stability.
It's welcome development in Rivers State to let the rule of law take place to me, but I think he have learned in a hard way. Let me say he have learned in a hard way, because what he's supposed to do from the beginning, he refused to do it. That's what caused the crisis. And I believe by the special grace of God, him going back there now, he will put things in order.
Concerning Fumbara now, I'm praying for Fumbara, that he should lead the people of Rivers State, he should lead it well. But the only thing is there that I want that Wike should stay clear from Fumbara. Let Fumbara do it on tenure successfully.
If I were Mubarak, I could have just resigned. It's a very disgrace to him. And I love what the president did, because such states supposed to cause anarchy, and it made possible that it did not cause anarchy. I love my country, Nigeria. I love the president. I will continue to support him, and I will vote for him. He's a good president. But many people are looking at, thinking so many things about the president. He's not doing well. He's doing well. It's just gradually. Nigeria will move forward.
A good development for the country. Many people say the president has no power to remove any governor. Who told them? Did Obasanjo not remove 2 governors? Obasanjo removed 2 governors in Nigeria. Nigeria did not, heaven did not fall. So the only thing I'm advising them to embrace peace now, so that the man can rule for the next 2 years, ending of the end of his tenure. That's all. That's what I see for this man. I don't like people who are ungrateful. Somebody will help you. When you get there, you will be fighting the person. I hate such people. I don't mingle with them.
They urged Governor Fubara to reconcile differences, strengthen governance, and ensure Rivers people benefit from the renewed calm. In Benin, Rhoda Jomi, GOP TV News.
Thank you so much, Rhoda Johnny, for that wonderful coverage. Away from that, schools in Lagos have officially reopened, marking the start of a new academic term. While teachers prepare to guide their learners, students are returning with fresh energy and expectations. Our correspondent, Matthew Ogunswada, has more in this report.
Opened for the new after weeks of holiday. Schools across Lagos have reopened for the new academic term. Students and teachers are settling back into their routines with hopes for a productive session ahead. I am at Ripview Schools, where the energy for a fresh academic term is already visible. Teachers and students are returning with expectations for learning and growth. The resumption comes with excitement for many students eager to reunite with their friends, while teachers say they are ready to guide learners towards achieving new goals this term.
I feel more than excited. My goals for this new term is for me to get first position in class and be only concentrated in class.
I want to learn how to write my numbers and write my ABCs with my friends and with my teacher.
We're actually expecting, one, their good behaviors, because most children, when they are being given, when they have this little break, they tend to change in attitude. Attitude-wise, and looking at the Nigerian system today, most parents do not have time for their children. See that they have helps and all that, and they don't have those. They don't really guide them right. So we're expecting good characters from them.
In preschool, we make them know that learning is fun. So we guide them to write at their own pace, and then we also encourage them. So we work with not just the children, we also carry their parents along, so that the techniques we use here, their parents also use it at home, so that we're working together to achieve what is expected.
My goals for this term, that I should get first position and overall best, like how I did before.
Despite challenges, educators remain committed to providing quality teaching, while students express determination to excel academically and socially.
This is first term, and the children are moving from their class they are very familiar with to an unknown class. So things are definitely going to be changed. So there are going to be challenges both from the pupils and the teachers. So it's just for them to, kind of gather their thoughts. And there's one particular thing we do in this school. The teachers of a previous child, we have a profile of that child, getting their weaknesses and their strengths. So, and that will be passed to the new teacher. With that, the challenges will not be much for that, for the teachers and the pupils. So, because the teacher with the profile will be able to know the weaknesses and the challenges of the child and the new child in the class.
One major thing I notice in our environment now is issue of etiquette. Parents tend to say, oh, my kid is outspoken, meanwhile the child is abusive. So we here in Ripview School, we encourage child to be properly moraled. So one of my goals this time is to work with them to be able to do the right thing at the right time, using their magic words as expected, and being cautious wherever they get to.
What the economy is saying now is not friendly. Paying school fees of 400 plus for a child or two, then textbook and all of that. So that's another challenge. Then the aspect of the parent too, we continue to be praying for them, that God should provide for them, that they will be able to meet the needs of their children.
I'll get a position and be more hardworking this term.
As the school term begins for the 2025-2026 academic session, the focus remains on learning, discipline, and achievement. Reporting from the Ripview Schools here in Lagos, Matthew Ogunswada
For Voice of the People Television.
Well, thank you so very much, Matthew, for that report. Moving on, September 18th is International Equal Pay Day, a global call to close the gender pay gap. Despite some progress, women still earn about 20% less than men worldwide, highlighting persistent inequality. The United Nations is urging governments, businesses, and civil society to push for equal pay and empower women economically. Voice of the People TV's Mesoma Opala has more on this report.
International Equal Pay Day, marked on the 18th September, highlights global efforts to achieve equal pay for work of equal value. Despite progress, women worldwide still earn 20% less than men, reflecting deep-rooted inequalities in access to resources, opportunities, and power. The Sustainable Development Goals aim to close this gap by promoting gender equality, decent work, and equal pay. However, turning these goals into actions remains a challenge and progress has been slow. The United Nations, including women and the International Labour Organizations, urged governments, civil societies, and business to promote equal pay and the economic empowerment of women and girls. Achieving pay equality is essential for human rights and sustainable development.
International Equal Pay Day is actually a day set aside to celebrate those that earn same salary or they earn same pay. My opinion is I think it's proper for genders to receive same salary. But I'm not talking about hierarchy now. I'm not talking about hierarchy where we have, I'm a tech bro, and we have, senior engineers, junior engineers, and, mid-level engineers. So I know their salary might differ, but when it comes to gender-based, I think it's very proper for them to, receive same salary or equal pay. I think the government can simply infuse this equal pay strategy. I think they can infuse it in their system, and I think it will help us, get a better economic system.
As the world marks International Equal Pay Day, it's a reminder that the collective actions from governments, organizations, and individuals is essential to create lasting change. Mesoma Opala reporting for VOP TV.
Thank you so very much, Mesoma, for that report. You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We're going to quick break right now. When we return, more stories in business, sports, and entertainment will be up next. Please do stay with us.
Welcome back. It's still the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. And from the Business Bulletin, Nigeria's shipping industry is under fresh pressure for reform. Stakeholders are calling for increased private investment to lower costs and improve efficiency. Correspondent Onyeka Ogolo has more in this report.
The conversation around Nigeria's maritime industry is shifting. Stakeholders say the entry of new operators could be a game changer in tackling high operational costs, transshipment delays, and poor maintenance that have long slowed the sector.
And the incentive that government must try to do in supporting them, and remove the angle of the whole process so that you can move on. All of us must take advantage of this and let our principals know that an indigenous shipping operation has come to be. And then the government need to pay attention to the shipping line and see that it's also good.
Industry players believe new participation could reverse these losses, keep more revenue within Nigeria, and create jobs.
The ease of shipment of goods from China direct to Nigeria. So the issue of transshipment from port to port, from country to country, before cargo gets to Nigeria, you find out that in most times it takes like 2 months, 3 months before goods shipped from China will arrive in Nigeria. And we need to provide a solution because we love Nigeria, we love our people. We don't want them to continue crying because of the high cost of movement of this cargo from China to Nigeria.
A standout proposal is to allow payments in Naira instead of US dollars. A move stakeholders say will ease pressure on businesses struggling with foreign exchange. Others warn that businesses cannot survive if goods don't move. They are urging government and private players to streamline processes, remove bottlenecks, and provide incentives to keep companies afloat. Analysts say if sustained, these efforts could reshape Nigeria's maritime landscape, making ports more effective and strengthening the country's place in the global shipping.
Before now, we rely solely on foreign vessels. We rely solely on foreign policies of ocean-going vessels to have our trades delivered to Nigeria. Nigeria is an importing nation. Heavily, most of our economy depends on importation. So it has been a problem having Nigerian import or water transport problems solved in a jiffy. So if you have anything to say, we should be thanking God for the betting of this vessel owned by Cleron.
I am Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Well, thank you so very much, Onyeka Ogolo, for that report. Still talking business, Enugu State Governor Dr. Peter Mba says the state will use its coal deposit to generate 1,000 megawatts of power and would not be treated as a stranded asset without adequate compensation. Speaking in Lagos as guest of the Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce, Mba said coal deposits have about 0.5 sulfuric content, adding that he expects technology to make the impact of coal utilization on the environmental minimal. In his business case presentation for investment in Enugu State, Mba stressed that coal, particularly the Enugu premium coal, cannot be treated as a stranded asset. According to him, there is technology today that makes coal utilization less adverse to the environment.
Moving on to the sports segment of the news bulletin, it was a pivotal day for sports journalism in Lagos as members of the Sports Writers Association of Nigeria, SWAN, gathered at the association secretariat inside the National Stadium, Surulere, at the well-attended Congress held earlier today, Tuesday, September. A key resolution was passed expanding the SWAN's electoral committee, SWAN ECHO, from 3 to 5 members. The move is aimed at strengthening the credibility and transparency of the upcoming elections scheduled for October 9, 2025. VOP television was there live to capture the proceedings as stakeholders reaffirmed their commitment to a free, fair, and inclusive electoral process.
Good afternoon and welcome to Voice of the People Media. Right here we are at the Surulere National Stadium at the complex of the SWAN building where it's still very much undergoing. As you can see, these are the some of the things that have been pulled out from the building. Is undergoing reconstructions, and we had a very fruitful meeting. I can't tell you, but then I would like to hear from one of our legends and daddy in the SWAN. That is Sport Writers Association of Nigeria, Lagos chapter. Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Kunle Sholaja, publisher and editor, Sports Village Square, online sports publication, daily.
All right, sir. Today was a very intense one in there, and I saw a lot of factions, people actually clamoring for a lot of positions and all of that. But One thing I would like to ask you, because I saw the way you actually, came into the whole, tension and then diffused it. I know you've seen a lot, but how can you, looking at what you saw in there, what do you really think was the problem, as regards this one Lagos chapter?
I wouldn't say exactly what the problem was, but the most important thing was is the fact that solutions were profiled, and it seemed that everybody adopted the solutions that were put forward. And I pray that people will work assiduously to ensure that those solutions are implemented, and the Sports Writers Association of Nigeria will return to that enviable position where it will be given the highest honor, even by the highest office in the country, as it used to be in the past.
You also said that you talked about working with the man who was later declared the winner of the 1993 presidential election, talking about MKO Abiola. And all your years in service as a sport writer, have you ever witnessed a situation like this before?
Well, when you say all my years in service, because I'm still serving, I'm not retired.
Well, I was talking about your youthful years. Have you ever seen a situation like this before?
Okay, no, never. Even though Swan had problems in the past, but none has ever got into this kind of situation whereby even holding a meeting will warrant security details. Not coming in once, but coming in almost 10 Hilux vans. So, which I'd say that it's not too good for us. It also shows that for this to have happened, we cease to be what people call the gentlemen of the press. We probably have turned ourselves into the touts of the press. And that's why sports journalism is not given the honor of place where it's supposed to be. Sports journalism had been brought down for us not to even be able to have a meeting without having armed security men around. So, but I want to believe that after today and possibly in the next few meetings that we do, leading to election and normalization, I want to believe that things will go back to normal and we'll be able to hold meetings without having to create a tense atmosphere.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your insights, and I hope to see you in further further meetings to come, and hopefully that this resolution that was reached will definitely be the lasting resolution that will lead to the election that was swearing, bringing the new set of members. Thank you very much once again, sir.
Welcome.
All right, good afternoon, ma. It was really heated in there. Do you trust this body that's been appointed to do the job as regards smooth transition?
Well, if we want to go in the biblical, we say trust no one. But of course, we are all humans now. So this is a professional settings. The SWANECO are also guided by the Constitution. They are meant to follow the electoral laws. There's an electoral act, and they have to ensure that everything's run smoothly. All I would just say is, I'm appealing to them to be as objective as possible, and don't take any side because you want to favor somebody. Whatever happens today is actually going to determine what SWAN will be and how the welfare of the members will be in decades to come. So the utmost priority is we need to be focused, we need to be confident, and we need to ensure we deliver well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Olatutu.
I am Ambassador.
Ambassador Olatutu. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate your time. From threats to defamation, even lawsuits, Swan Lagos has faced it all in a bid to actually get it right. And you've just listened to the woman who is in the eyes of the storm. Right here in National Stadium, Surulere, where Swan Lagos, I must say, reached a resolution to actually move forward. Ikechukwu Agu, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Well, thank you so very much, Ikechukwu, for that report. Still talking sports, the Super Falcons have paid tribute to skipper Onome Ebi after she called time on her professional football that spanned 2 decades with several records in Nigerian and Africa. In a statement posted on X through midfielder Rashida Tajibade, the team noted that AB's leadership and achievement went beyond the pitch, recalling her role in winning 4 Women's African Cup of Nations titles and her record 6 FIFA Women's World Cup appearances. The team stated that the skipper had been more than a captain, but a trailblazer who paved the way for this generation of players. The statement traced her career from Bielsa Queens to clubs in Sweden, Turkey, China, Spain, and of course Nigeria, noting that her resilience showed that no dream is too big and no barrier too high. In her farewell message, AB had stated that her career had been shaped by challenges and victories that taught her lasting lessons.
Away from the sports to entertainment, a Nigerian DJ and philanthropist, Florence Otedola, popularly known as DJ Cuppy, has lifted marriage as the most powerful partnership in life. In a post on her X account, Cuppy said marriage is the most important contract one can ever sign with God as the witness. She explained that watching her younger sister, Temi Otedola, marry singer Mr. Easy reminded her that marriage is far from outdated, saying it builds love, family, and legacy with the right partner. Temi and Mr. Easy marked their union with 3 weddings in Monaco, Dubai, and Iceland, following their engagement in April 2022. And that is it on the media news, but before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that the National Assembly have stopped all contract circulars as 23.9 trillion capital budget will push forward into the 2026.
Federal government restates resolve to revive Ajaokuta steel plant.
Also in the news, CLO set to sue FG over immigration officers' salary arrears.
Emergency rule on just suspension for not favor Greeks.
UN says 91 Chibok schoolgirls are still missing 10 years on.
Professionals decry inequality, urge Nigeria to embrace China's GGR.
In the world of business, we told you that stakeholders call for private boost in Nigeria's shipping company.
In the sports, Congress restructures electoral body in Lagos.
In the world of entertainment, the DJ Cuppy lifts marriage's most important contract with God. And that is it on the media news. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and on all of our social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, events, coverage requests, photos, or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. Up next on our schedule is the Spotlight Show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel, We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
According to the International Labour Organization, the global youth unemployment rate stood at 12.6% in 2024, a figure that continues to spark concern worldwide. Here in Nigeria, where white-collar jobs have become increasingly scarce, young people are being encouraged to acquire practical skills, from barbing and hairdressing to digital technology as pathways to survival and financial independence. But the question remains, how prepared are Nigerians to fully embrace these shifts, especially in Lagos, where rapid urbanization, inequality, and persistent joblessness make the issue more pressing? Analysts argue that skill acquisition does more than create jobs. It also strengthens communities and lays the foundation for sustainable economic growth.
We live in a tough terrain, if we're going to be honest with ourselves. And we know that you need to find multiple sources of income. So we are aware that a lot of our youths are engaging in several entrepreneurial activities. So how can we further expose them? How can we further amplify what it is that they're doing?
Having skill is good. Monetizing skill is another thing. So your ability to acquire skill is very essential and very important. But the next thing is to now turn into a value generating stream. And that is where entrepreneurship comes in. And then you can see that it is not possible to, and off the back of literacy, some level of literacy, then it gives you the ability to acquire skills. You have acquired these skills now, and then you now generate value, consistent value from what you are doing. And the only way that is possible is if you have some level of, you are able to create value, to attract value, to create and capture value from this particular skill. And that is why entrepreneurship is important. It is essential for people to understand that entrepreneurship is not just buying and selling. It's about creating solutions that also solve social needs or social issues or social problems.
As the conversation on unemployment and empowerment continues, one message is clear. Skill acquisition may well be the key to unlocking opportunities for Nigeria's youth in the years to come. Matthew Oguswada, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has cautioned the federal government against mismanaging the $1.7 billion allocated to the health sector in the 2025 budget. In a statement on Sunday, Atiku urged transparency and accountability, warning that the past claims of missing public funds linked to animals like snakes, monkeys, and termites must not repeat. He called on President Bola Tinubu's administration to provide a clear framework on how the funds will be spent, stressing that every kobo must be used to strengthen Nigerians' healthcare system. As Voice of the People TV, we're on the streets to bring you the opinion of citizens regarding the situation.
Experience have shown us from time immemorial, we have had different governments. So I will not be surprised if such happens again.
It does not really mean that animal, it means those people that will handle the money, that they should use that money as they ask them to do it. They should not divert the money to another sector or to their pocket.
If we start lying on our government that the money of a thing is being taken away by tiger, lion, monkey, at the same time lions and termites, at the same time snake, we are all lying to ourselves. We all know where that money is going to.
And that's the post of people on the street. While some believe the youth should focus on self-improvement, others argue that accountability lies with those in power. With Atiku's concerns raised, Nigerians remain watchful, hoping that this administration will deliver on its promises. I'm Oyindamola Olukuta reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Welcome to Kiddies Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kiddies Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kiddies Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
The ozone layer, a fragile sheet of gas high up in the atmosphere, absorbs most of the sun's ultraviolet rays, preventing damage to human health, crops, and ecosystems. Expert warns that without this natural protection, skin cancer, cataract, and environmental degradation would rise sharply. Thanks to global cooperation under the Montreal Protocol signed in 1987, nearly 99% of harmful chemicals like chlorofluorocarbons have been phased out. The United Nations says this success story proves that collective action can reverse environmental damage, noting that ozone recovery is on track and could return to 1980 levels by mid-century. From Lagos to London, campaigns are ongoing to encourage eco-friendly lifestyle, such as proper waste disposal, energy efficiency, and reduced use of harmful aerosols. Schools and community are also joining the global call to fix the sky by protecting the ozone layer. My name is Onyema Franklin, reporting for VOP TV.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to Spotlight, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And remember, I'm your girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. So today is a beautiful day, trust me. It's a lovely day, a new day to stay positive, inspired, and grounded. We're bringing you an exciting blend of gist and purpose. So please don't go anywhere. Don't move, don't shake, don't shift. Sit tight while we ride together. So first on our list today, we're talking about Hilda Baci. You know, Guinness World Records confirms Hilda Baci biggest pot of jollof rice. Please. You know, popular Nigerian chef Hilda Baci has once again made headlines after completing an attempt to set a new Guinness World Record for the largest pot of jollof rice. You get. So the cooking marathon took place on September 12, 2025 at Eco Hotels and Suites in Lagos, where she and her team prepared a massive pot containing about 4,000 kilograms of basmati rice, tomato concentrate, oil, onions, and other ingredients inside a special constructed 6-meter steel cauldron. The event drew huge attention from fans, food lovers, and dignitaries, reminiscent of her record-breaking cookathon in 2023. So right now, Rise Guinness World Records has officially recognized Nigerian celebrity chef Hilda Baci for cooking the world's largest serving of Nigerian-style jollof rice. The feat, which, you know, it took place in Lagos. And trust me, it's... You know, a lot of persons actually came out to say things concerning this. And the one that really... you know, Nigerians, trust me, we too they do. But this shows that she's hardworking. Because I can't even get myself to cook that kind of large. Please, let's look at this. It's large. My God. A lot of persons have actually come out to say things concerning Hilda Baci, talking about her strength, how she really pulled this off, and it was really big. So please, let's take some comments. So you see, he said, largest serving of Nigerian style jollof rice, 8,780 kg. Achieved by Hilda Baci. And you know, in Victoria Island, Lagos, Nigeria, this is huge. We should please, let's give her flowers. She deserves it, because why? It's beautiful. Let's take some comments. We have a lot of persons talking about this, and a lot of people are happy for her because of this particular stuff. This stuff she pulled out. It's huge, because I'm even thinking about myself. If I can actually prepare, Lord, she really has this strength, and it's beautiful to see. And she tried that day, because I even saw the video and I was like, someone that prepared this kind of thing is supposed to rest for like, you need to give this person rest for like 1 week, because the whole pain and everything. So let's see this. Someone said, Ola said, happy people, I love it, congratulations. Okay. Yeah, someone said she did her best. Well done, Hilda. Yes, her team and Hilda pulled this off. It's lovely. Like, I saw the strength all of them put in the work. You know, teamwork is good. Even when Hilda was trying to, you know, turn the rice and everything, her team was just really helping her out. So Ruby said, congratulations, Hilda, you did so well. Yes, she did so well. So well. She deserves, please, let's give her flowers. She deserves more. Please, let's take more comments. So someone said, people underestimate what it looked to plan, attempt, implement, and achieve this feat. Yes, From the maths to the science, manpower, the finances, emotional, psychological, and physical labor. These guys and resilience required to keep on, even amidst challenges. This is beyond just cooking jollof rice. This is a display of what the human mind, spirit, and humanity in unity can achieve. I'm telling you, because everything, she just put her whole being into this particular thing, and she was, I know so many times where she was crying, like, yes, she was literally in tears, because it's not easy. What are you not saying? To cook that big pot of, when you won't leave that fire yourself, you are supposed to know that you feel so you feel so tired, but her strength really pushed. Like, it was beautiful to see, and the way she pushed and kept telling herself that yes, that she is her mother's daughter, that she can do this. Please, I give it up for every woman. Oh, we are strong. You know, when the men come out and say, I can do this, I can do that, we know, you know, but you should also give it up for the women, because we are strong. We just have this strength in us that we really pull out. And, you know, so please, let's take more comments. We have a lot of comments. And someone, Kuya Daniel said, I'm so happy watching this. Hilda Bassi, congratulations. Yes, congratulations to her. She deserves it. Yes, she does. David said, I love the teamwork. Congratulations. Yes, the teamwork was really what really pushed, because when I saw the other persons like trying to, you know, put it, when you see your people really doing this, helping you out, it gives you that encouragement. You get what I'm trying to say? You get that morale, like you know that you can actually do this. When you see people helping you out, and you know, you just have that confidence that these people are really solidly behind me. You know, they are really helping me out. And what I saw there was just that teamwork was, you know, it was excellent. It was something like a lot of beautiful. It was beautiful, because teamwork it says a lot. You get. So another person said, I love teamwork. Yes, congratulations. And Tife said, just put a love. Yes, you know, it's lovely to actually see Hilda achieve this particular thing she has been dreaming about. It's beautiful. So the achievement confirmed by Guinness World Records on Monday, September 15th, cementing Hilda's place in the culinary history. The milestone adds another feather to her cap after her earlier cookathon success, further spotlighting Nigeria on the globe stage. It's a lot. Congratulations, big congratulations to Hilda. Yes. So that takes us to our next gist, and that happens to be popular Nigerian skit maker Gloria Olorotobi, widely known as Maraji, has joyfully welcomed her third child with her husband. The comedian and content creator shared the good news with fans, revealing that their newborn is a baby girl. I love baby girls. This latest addition makes the couple parents of 3, further expanding their young family. Fans and well-wishers have since flooded Maraji's social media pages with congratulatory, heartwarming milestone. You know, Maraji is a content. She's a content creator, and she talks about a lot of, you know, if you really watch her comedies, she's really a funny person. And trust me, you know, having a baby child, a baby girl, it says a lot. I've been saying this. Our celebrities this year, they are just giving us back to back. Beautiful. You needed to see the baby. Her hands were so beautiful. Trust me, I love girl child. I love babies. My God, it's actually beautiful. And trust me, the celebrities have really been doing a lot this time around. Like from babies to new houses to a lot of them. They're not doing this year, but don't worry. People that are also expecting their own children, definitely they will have theirs. And also there's those people waiting for their own biggest testimony, definitely they will have that. A lot of fans have actually come out to say congratulations to Maraji and her husband. So please, let's take some comments. We have a lot of persons talking about this, and they are so happy for Maraji. So a lot of persons are like, congratulations, this is beautiful. And yes, me, I love babies too. I love baby girls, especially. But do you know that baby girls, and there's this connection between the girl child and the father? Trust me. See, they are always close, and you know the men and are very also close. The male child are also very close to their mothers. I don't know if it's only me that noticed that, you know, that sees this, but you get if you're in a family of a big family and you're very close to, and you understand what I'm trying to say. So please, let's take some comments. A lot of persons have actually come out to congratulate Margie and her husband, and people are really happy for her on her birth to her third child. It's beautiful. See, so and trust me, you see, it's beautiful. Like, you know, getting to get married, having children, beautiful babies. Please, love is good and it's beautiful. You get what I'm trying to say? It's beautiful, trust me. And, you know, having, like, I know a lot of persons that this year has been a blessed year for, you get, from Toke Makinwa to a lot of them that has actually had children this year. And it's beautiful. It's testimonies that are really, really good to see, and we are going to be happy for. It's beautiful. So yes, someone said, "Oh, it's baby season." Yes, it's a baby season. A lot of persons are having just beautiful babies. Please, if they do it, just go, you know, go marry quick. Drop one just already, but don't worry, we have God on our side. We will not be scared. So another person said, "Thank God." Yes, thank God. So it's Briella said, "I'm loving this baby's rain." Oh my! So Premium said, "It's raining babies, but if you never ready, carry on." Wahala. All right. Someone else said, "You know what you did?" Okay, someone else said, "Oh, it's baby season. May God answer those waiting too." Yes, amen to that. And those waiting for their own children, God will definitely give you yours. Yes. So a lot of persons have actually come out to say congratulations to Margie. Yes, another person said, "You know," that's Solomon Bucci. He said, "You know what you did with this photo." Okay. All right, I don't understand that, but it's all good. So Adun Oluwa said, "Of all the pictures in the world." Okay. Another person said, "Oh, never seen her husband's picture. Congrats." Yes. Congratulations. Donna said, "Congratulations, God, I don't talk." Don't worry. Everybody will get their own. You see? Don't worry. You have your own husband. You get your own spouse. You get your own babies. But babies are actually beautiful. You needed to see that. We need to see the picture, because the baby's hand is so beautiful. And trust me, you know, when you've had a child, you carry a baby for the first time, there's this happiness. Oh, there's this joy that you feel. My God. Don't worry. Another person, we have a lot of persons. So please, let's take more comments. So Aisha Olajumoke said, "So this woman is on her third child. Take and play first." So all the comments I have already seen. Now every year this one they born. Please leave her. Even if she wants to have 12, leave her alone. Let her do what she wants. So now every year this one they born. Her children never pass 3. So why are you guys always shouting? Please, you should leave her alone. Even if she wants to have like 10 children, it's her business. And yes, maybe she wants to. That's her choice. So please, this is beautiful. That's what I'm not talking about. It's beautiful. And you see her smile. Please, you know, when we have our own children, you know the smile, the baby will carry this face, carry the smile, please, just look at this. And she said, "Hi, baby girl." You see, I'm not trying to side here now, but what I'm trying to say is that baby girls are beautiful to behold. I'm sure you agree with me. I'll have a lot of persons that agree with what I'm trying to say. Baby girls are beautiful too. Just look at how beautiful her arms are. Please. All right, that's all good. And that takes us to our next gist. And that happens to be, man uses his brother to propose to his girlfriend due to distance. All right, let's see this video. A man has actually proposed to his girlfriend through his brother. And a lot of persons I'm asking, well, I don't think I'm okay with it though. You get, that's my own point of view. Like, I don't think I'm okay with it, but a lot of persons have actually come out to say that it's not bad, you know, if I'm not around, my brother can actually stand for me. Yes, if it's about the traditional marriage or anything basically concerning marriage, it's fine. But your brother kneeling down, to now give you the ring. I'm seeing it as something else, but then no, it's all good. But another person said that when you get married to the brother, you're getting married to everybody in the house. Well, so a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. So please, let's take some comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And see, on behalf of Michael, man uses his brother to propose to his girlfriend due to distance. I don't know if you actually agree with this, but if you ask me, I don't think I would. If it's about the marriage part, I definitely I would just, flow, because there are people that are not around and definitely they want to get married. Yes, your brother can actually stand for you. Okay, someone has Paki Surprise Hub said, thank you so much. All right. Someone said, understanding girlfriend, is that you? Please, Chizo, get ready for more on behalf of Michael. Congratulations. All right. So the lady said, God on when? God on when? Like the lady told her, I don't understand this God on when, no, because it seems you get what I'm trying to say, because me, I don't think I will accept that kind of engagement, but it's all good. So someone else said, on behalf of Michael, I off your God, please don't do that. Okay, Becky Culture Media said, why not use a video call instead? Yes, I feel that's even the best thing. Like, you just do a video call, and yes, you video the person, and you guys can actually engage her through that. But your brother standing in for you. Okay. So another person said, why did he kiss her? Why didn't he kiss her on behalf of Michael too? I bet let me ask her where, because that question reached to ask. So Big D said, even on behalf, kneel down. But the other guy was saying, but I don't have to kneel. Sha, congratulations on behalf of Michael. On behalf of Michael, yes, we are saying congratulations to you. So a lot of persons have actually come out to say things. So Dami Short said, will you kiss on behalf of Michael too? Please, you should ask her. When you should really ask her. So Ijoma just looked at this and like, okay. So Omo Shola said, on behalf of Michael, touch your please. My comment, this comment people, you will not grill. When they give you are giving people hot, but please, you should be coming down small, I beg. So Eyi almost said, as long as they are both happy, congratulations. Yes, and you see, understanding is also key. You get. If she definitely, someone said she's an understanding girlfriend, because this is what I see too. It's understanding. If she's okay with it and she has been with this person, you get, for a long time, definitely, why not? So if the brother can stand in, but me, if you ask me, I don't agree with the point of your brother turning in for you to engage. You get, So please, that takes us to our next gist. And that happens to be founder of Celebration Church International, Apostle Emmanuel Arin, has announced the establishment of a free primary school in Ibadan, or your state. The clerk revealed that the project, which has just been concluded, is aimed at providing quality education at no cost to children in the community. You see, and it's beautiful to see schools like this established. So sharing photos of the classroom, Apostle disclosed that the initiative is the church's first of its kind and will commence operations soon. So this is like, I'm saying, this is beautiful. The development has been widely applauded by members of the public, with many commending the pastor's commitment to supporting education and community development. You see, this is beautiful to watch. You see, a lot of, this is what it should look like. You get, helping people, be there. If there's a way you can help people, because a lot of people are going through a lot, trust me. And even there are some persons that actually don't have that finances to go to school. But when you are there to help and you can help out, why not do that? It's beautiful to watch this. And trust me, a lot of people have actually come out to say thank you so much to Pastor Apostle Irene. And yes, a lot of persons. So please, let's take some comments and see what people have to say about it. So Olonite said, okay, just put the clap, and she's dancing. Yes, she's excited. So Tolorun said, wow, my vision will not die in Jesus' name, amen. Amen to that, it will not. So that Akwa Ibom girl said, wow, after some people will say, after some people will say church no they do anything, now evidence be this. So yes, this is all about church. Church needs to show that kindness. There has to be this evidence of what they preach. Yes, and it's beautiful to see that when they tell you, you need to be kind, you need to do this. Yes, let the evidence be there, and you see the evidence is there. So another person said, wow, after, okay, you've taken the answer. Now, we have a lot of persons talking about this, and a lot of people are really happy concerning the school that has been established for people that are not able to, that are not strong financially to actually go. So they have the opportunity to also go to school. So please, let's take more comments. A lot of comments. So Senator's Home said, thank you, Jesus. This makes me teary. Yes, it's beautiful to see. You see young children going to school and you'll be happy. Yes, at least there's an opportunity for them too. So Flora Sparkle said, how can I like this more than once? I'm so amazed. Yes, I am too. So you see, a lot of persons, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this, and it's beautiful to watch. Trust me. So another person said, great. Yes, it's beautiful to watch. And great. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people. Yes, Joy QT Beno said, CCI will be known by our love. Oh, wow, that's beautiful. So Apostle once said, a time will come where God will use CCI to lift a village completely out of poverty, and I believe now this is happening. Yes, God will also touch the heart of other people to also help out. You get? When you have this opportunity to lend, to be kind to people, please don't hesitate. Always do that. Be there for them. Help when you can help. Give that help when you can, and be kind to people. It's beautiful to see, and thank you so much to Apostle. So you see, we have another story, and that happens to be a Canada-based Nigerian pastor revealed how her 42-year-old friend has remained single. Please, this marriage is not, I am saying this all the time, like marriage is not for everybody. See, but then before I say what I have to say, let's see what she has actually come out to say about her friend that is 42 years, that, you know, she has remained single since then. So, because I don't know how people see marriage. If you ask me, it's not by force, you get, if you are stable emotionally, because going into marriage is not like you're just, you know, you can just wake up one day and you want to, your emotions, everything has to be in line. You get what I'm trying to say? So if you're not stable and you feel that you can't do this, then fine, stay. It's not like it's by force, and nobody's forcing you, or nobody's just trying to push you to you get what I'm trying to say, to be this. So it's your choice. If you want to be in a relationship, if you want to get married, yes, it's your choice. So a lot of fans, a lot of persons have actually come out to say things concerning what this lady has said about her friend and getting married at the age of 43. Because what she was trying to say was that she even brought people to her friend to get married, to try kind of linking her up to, you know, to some persons so that her friend can get married. But since she was like saying that the friend was not that the friend was not being submissive, she was not trying to, you know, give in to that and stuff like that. But trust me, what the friend did, because there was a time she said she also, you know, the friend told her that there's this pastor that has been helping her out. And at some point the pastor's wife passed on, and now the pastor asked her out. You get? The pastor asked her out, and the pastor now said, okay, can you get married to me? And she was like, no, that she doesn't want. But you want, you know, you like the help the pastor is giving you. You see, another thing is the women too. You know, we ourselves, we need to help ourselves. So let's see what she has said. She said, my childhood friend is 42, soon to be 43, never married and no kids. While we were young, she insisted on not marrying anyone who is more than 5 years older than her. Most guys just hold, eat, and live. She was a devoted believer, unlike me then. She acts like she's better than all. When I arrived in Canada, I introduced 2 different men who were in their 50s. Then she was in her mid-30s. She engaged them but kept it cold. They walked away. She later told me that her pastor, whom she was very close to, lost his wife. I said, hey, yeah, hopefully you can marry him if he likes you. At least you be church girl. She said, unknown to me, they've been extremely close. The man has been sponsoring her lifestyle. He's a lawyer, but early 60s, and she's already 40. According to her, she goes to cook, clean the house, do everything, but nothing else. So the pastor officially asked her out, and she said, So you're seeing this. I think the lady she's not ready. Because with all this thing that this lady is saying, she's not ready. Because if it's somebody that wants to really go into marriage and, so she said she refused. You get it? The man was shocked. He really liked her, told her to go take a master program, which he paid for. But according to my friend, he's too old for her. Until you are 40 already. She attended my first wedding, now the second one. I told her, Ore, you need to work on your character. The pastor complained to her that despite all he's doing for her, she has never for one day buy him a gift. The pastor withdrew all his financial commitment and stopped answering her calls. A year later, the man remarried and she was very angry. Why are you angry? Why are you angry? And jealous. She claimed he never loved her and he wouldn't have stopped helping her if he did. I told her I'm proud of the pastor. Please, if it's me, I'll also be proud. I'll be angry at him if he didn't withdraw. She doesn't call first, check in and all. Other guy complained. She said it's a man's duty to call first and those blah, blah, blah. The Bible says, he that wants a friend must be friendly. I've heard pastors told me that they have older sisters in their ministry, never married, 40s to 50s. Kilode. See, I don't know, like, in as much I feel that marriage is not by force, you get? Someone has to be emotionally stable to go into marriage. But I still feel that this lady she's not ready. You get? Because if she's ready, you have somebody that is doing everything for you, like trying to make you happy and stuff like that. And she's not ready, and now you're angry because he married somebody else. Please, let's be true to ourselves. I don't even want to say a lot of things about this, because let her just tell herself the truth. Because you don't need to be angry, because when he was there helping you out, you declined. Now he's married and you're making, please just stay, because that is where you want to be. So a lot of persons have actually come out to say things concerning this. So please, let's take some comments, because a lot of things. Let's take some comments. So Nad Rasi said she acts like she's better than all. She sets unrealistic standards. The writer is that friend that low-key doesn't like you but likes the idea of you. It's well. Okay. So Omzi said, still, don't lower your standards out of desperation, sorry. Yes, I know that you don't want to lower your standards. I understand. But do you still know that there are some persons you actually pray for? Now, there are some things you pray for yourself, but it's not God's will. Let me tell you. Yes, you might be praying for this particular person. God, I really need this person. I want this person as my spouse. But that is not the person God is telling you to get married to. Yes, definitely. It might be somebody else. And maybe that person that God is giving you, they don't even like that person. But trust me, within that period of time, maybe it's the person, trust me, that's the actual person you need in your life. Maybe not this person. And a lot of persons have actually made mistakes in life. And they'll be like, if I can, go back to knowing that person. It's possible. So please, don't go there. Please, let's take more comments. So another person said, Auntie, you are in your second marriage. Better calm down. And it's true, even the friend self is in her second marriage. Seriously. Is well. Her friend is in second marriage. But then, that's why I always say, before you even go into marriage, you need to be emotionally sound. Because marriage is not a play thing. You don't go there to play. It's a serious thing. And when it's serious, you need to use serious measures. So I get what she's trying to say, but see, my own point about this thing is she's not ready. You get? Because if it's someone that is ready for marriage, definitely she'll put in her best. But she's not ready, because even after everything the man has done for her, she still declined. So it says it all. So please, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we have a guest joining us. So please, I'm sure you wouldn't want to miss the segment. So don't go anywhere. Stay put, relax. We are coming back. Wait for us. Please stay with us.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejimo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Yes, sir. We were born to give you twale, to give you a shame. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show, Spotlight. And I am your girl, Precious Agumanu, a.k.a. Call Me Prezi. And yes, we were talking about a lot of things. And yes, we have a guest today. So joining us today is a gospel minister whom God is using to propagate the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ. She started her singing career at an early age of 10 from Four Square Gospel Church. She released her first album, Isioluwa, in the year 2010. One of the songs in the album won the Hype Award of Best Gospel Lyrics and was also nominated for several other awards. She released her second album, He Reign, in the year 2012. She also has several other singles that are making waves and touching lives across the globe. Her major goal is to create an atmosphere of worship where people are being led to the presence of our God. She's organized a yearly worship concert where she ministers along several other music ministers. She is no other person than Aderunke Ade. Drum rolls. Welcome to the show. Please, she's giving me the energy.
Wow.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling cool. The weather is so cool.
Yes.
It's been raining.
So
the weather is chilling.
You know, this weather is for two.
I don't know about that, though.
But please, you know. So how's the week been for you? Like, one day, was it really stressful, the work and everything?
Stressful, no.
So you've just been enjoying yourself?
I've just been eating, sleeping, interview, sleeping.
Please, I like the eating part because, you know, I love food. Please. I have to say the truth. I love the eating part. That part you call, I've been eating, sleeping. Please, who doesn't like enjoyment? Please, I love enjoyment too.
Work will start by weekend. To be back boss.
Please, she not. It's okay. So I would like to ask a question about before we go into what we have today. So, what has been the most? Have you had there been any rumor you've heard about yourself that really shocked you? You're like, really? Is that what people think about me? You know, a lot of persons really criticize, people So I don't know if you've gotten to that stage where someone has actually said, maybe you dropped a song and someone said, I don't really said a lot of bad things. How did you feel? And how did you react to that?
There has always been rumor, except you are not doing well. If you're doing well, definitely there will be a rumor. Or the one that shocked me most, maybe it shocked me most because it's coming from people that I rely on, that I trust.
Yeah.
So I think that was why it shocked me most, you know.
Oh, wow.
You know.
You see, but she, looking at herself, we can actually say she's someone that is very strong. Whatever you put to her, she's gonna grab it. That's beautiful, ma'am. So, why did you choose music? Because I've seen a lot of your songs, and I'm like, these songs are really deep.
Wow. Thank you.
They are deep. They say the lyrics. They say a lot of things. So, how did you come about music? How did you just start doing music?
Music for me is an inborn thing.
Yeah.
Inborn thing, and I think it really shows out very well when I joined the choir back then when I was in primary 4.
Wow.
So oftentimes whenever I sing, people would tell me good pimples is coming out of their body. Sometimes they will tell my dad, take her to studio, she's going somewhere. You know, sometimes I will sing and they will ask congregation to, you know, stretch for their hands towards me when I was small. So I knew something was cooking, but it's just that I can't place it. But as time goes on, I began to walk into it.
So you said you started singing from the age of 10. And how was it like for you? Because I know were people actually looking at you as a young child, or when you come to minister? Because a lot of persons will actually see you minister, and they'll be like, maybe they wouldn't want to listen to you because you.
No, don't get it twisted. That's really attract people
more.
You know, because when you see a small child sounding like a big engine,
yes,
and then people falling under the power of God, so people can't place it. In fact, I remember an incident that my cousin's mom gave me an extra fish because they stay in our house. Their house got burned. They gave me an extra fish, and my cousin were jealous. And the mom said, you sang so well today. You made us proud.
Wow.
And people give me gifts. While I was still small, and a lot of my cousins get jealous. A lot of people in school don't talk to me because I sing in school too.
Wow, that's beautiful. So at that young age, you've already said you've gone into music. Why did you choose? Because I know a lot of children that are then, when they go into music, they normally do the secular, more of the Afrobeat and all those stuff. So why did you really choose gospel? Was it your upbringing?
No, not really about my upbringing. I think what actually happened for me is I find myself in gospel. I find myself in church. So I produce church songs. When I started, it was an inspirational songs, my story, because I had a very terrible things that happened to me while I was, growing up. So I intend to turn it to songs. So I was more of an inspirational singer then. But I discovered that when I go to gardens like movie, Howard, I will mime my song, and the whole audience will be cold. They have to take an extra things, they have to do extra to bring people back into that, party mood. So when I noticed that, so I had to leave my management team. I have to leave my, what do they call it? People that promote, I have to leave their company because they were getting me only
is it like a stage?
Only party things, party, movie, album launch, all those awards.
Awards.
Setting of movies. They're getting me to perform in movies. So when I noticed that whenever I sing, people feel something, so I felt I should go back to church. So I started raising band members and everyone.
Wow. So you said you really had a very tough, growing up. So what are your challenges? No, because doing music, for someone like you've done music, you are doing music for a very long time.
Yeah.
And trust me, a lot of persons want to know, because you going into music, it was your choice. So how was it for you? Like what were the challenges you faced when doing music, growing up?
And the first challenges was the man I got married to didn't want me to do music as professional. He just wanted me to sing in church. So that was the first challenge, and it was terrible for me. So it got to a point that I couldn't take it anymore, because the first sponsor I got, which was in millions, he rejected it, telling them that he does not want his wife, to go, out there. So it was very challenging. I had to sneak to studio. I come back, I'll be beaten. And it's as if somebody is informing him that I'm out. When it got to a certain time, I couldn't take it anymore, because music for me is like my life. So it's like somebody choking me from doing what I want to do. So I had to step out of the marriage. When I now became single back, so I channeled my energy towards the music back. So and I started doing it. So I think if I had gotten my marriage right, I wouldn't be where I am today. All glory to God. I'm not where I used to be, but I know if I had gotten it, better, it wouldn't be at that slow.
Yes.
So that was the challenge I faced in life.
Wow. So because a lot of persons are watching and they are really like, this is a lot of stories, because people face similar things like this and they don't know how to go about it. And in that situation, they will be depressed, and maybe they will think about going the other way than following the right path they are supposed to follow. So what really made you stand strong in that situation? What really made you stand strong?
For me, at the beginning was, I want to show off. At the beginning was, I want to tell them that what they said I can't do, I am actually doing it great now. His own family were against me, and they talk bad. Whenever they see my songs on TV, then they were like, she want to be shaking her bum bum. That's why she, So I wanted to, regardless of no sponsors, I just want to do it. I just want them to know that this is me. This is what God has given me, and God is taking me to places. So it's with struggle. I was trying to show that, but as time goes on, God began to show for me. And the thing, I don't have to stress myself anymore. He started showcasing me by himself. About last 2 weeks ago, I did a broadcast on my WhatsApp of a video of where I went to go and minister. And the father of my children was the first person to say, "Wow, of a truth, this is your ministry."
This is your ministry, yeah.
He sent me the text. It's such that I can't show you. I'm not with my phone. I was like, showing you. And I'm like, hey, how long will it take you for you to know that this is my calling? Are you sleeping?
Oh my, this is like... So I know I've listened to lots of your songs. Like, how do you get to write those lyrics? How do you get to create those songs?
For me, majority of them are being taught in my dream. It's like somebody's writing on the board, and they will be telling me the harmony, the parts, and who is going to sing on that song, who is going to, sometimes I'm walking on the road and I'm hearing it on my head.
Wow.
So the verses may not come at that time. So, but as we rehearse, we get the, ingredients into it. But major songs are given to me in my dream.
Wow. So do you have any project you're working on right now?
Yeah.
So
I'm working on 2 songs.
Wow, that's big.
Which I want to try and, bring in, artists that are out there and the ones that are behind me, just to lift.
So what are your fans expecting for the song? What are they expecting?
Yeah, every January, which is my birthday, I always release a single.
Wow.
So they should be expecting fire this time around.
Please. We need
fire.
There's no water to quench this one. No. This one is
I can't resist the song. I can't resist it. It's irresistible.
Wow.
Yeah, you should be expecting it. It's been long. It's been long.
Oh my. So what particular song would you say that really touched you both emotionally? And I think it's one of the one you really poured out into. What particular song is that?
What I poured out into was my storyline song.
Yes.
Which is my love song.
Wow.
Yeah, I think I remember when I did it as Silverbird. Everybody was just good.
Wow. So So how did you, because I know you have a team you work with.
Yeah.
So how have you been able to pull through with your team? Because I know a lot of persons that will actually come out and say, there are some teams that are not helpful. I'm telling you, there are some teams that are not helpful.
Are you seeing vision? Was it released to you overnight?
No, I'm telling you, there are some things that are not helpful. So how have you been able to work with your team? Because
one look at me in the eyes like this, I categorically told me.
Yes.
He said, do you think I don't have work?
It is finished. It is finished.
And he threw the money at me.
What?
I had to recall, in fact, I disbanded everybody, and I recall them back. I drop it. I say, see, my ministry is a charity. If you're ready to follow me, let's go. If you are not ready, please back up.
Please.
And I refuse to put them into a group since my last concert. I had concert in August.
Wow.
Since August, I've not had them as in a file as a group. I beg. Give me some, because they're making us, as an artist, lose it.
Yes.
People see us out there and say we are greedy. They don't know that it's the people that is accompanying us, as in making us, forcing us to do some things, because they charge too much, and they want to be in 4 places.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they want to collect.
You're not talking about finances. A lot of persons have actually come out to say that music ministers, they go to church and maybe they request for a payment to be paid, and maybe when it don't sit well with the person that has a church or the general overseer of the church, maybe they have issues and they post those things online and I think this is what this person is charging. Is a music minister supposed to charge?
Everybody has their own reasons, but I don't charge. And the reason, because I chose not to charge. I feel it's given to me free of charge.
Yes.
So, and I feel I need to reach out to more people. And the only way to do that is just have to be plain. I would just ask you, what do you have for my people? If you tell me it's 5,000 naira, I will go with one person. If you tell me it's 10,000 naira, I may go with 2 people. If you say you have more, some will say they have more. Some will say bring all of them. And then at the end of the day, you have to pay them with your money. But I don't reject anybody. I can go alone. I can go with 1 or 2 or 3, depending on how capable I am, my pockets.
Yes.
That I know, even though if something does not come out, I will feel, because I need to reach out to so many people.
Yes.
And there are some places that you need to go that they may not have your money. So what are you going to do? And it's when you get to that place that you get blessed. That's where your blessing is.
Yes. So like, I know a lot of friends are watching you, and a lot of people are actually watching you right now. So a lot of persons are saying, I really want to go as a young music minister. I want to go into music too. I want to use this to serve God. So what's your advice for them too?
My advice is just they should keep doing whatever they know how to do best.
Yes.
They should serve in their local church or find a place to serve. Use that same talent often as possible. The more you use it, the more you find yourself. You will know which area you're good at and the one you're not good at, and then you start dropping, you start adding. So don't sit down. I tell people, you don't have to take microphone before you minister. You can minister in your kitchen, in your bedroom. You're going inside the public transport. You can sing and somebody will get blessed. So don't wait for microphone. Don't wait for stage. Start where you are. Use your phone. If you receive a song, record it, send it. Somebody will get blessed, and one day God will, direct your path.
Please, I really want to hear your voice. And seriously, a lot of people really want to hear you sing. So what song will you just give out to people watching?
Okay, let me do my first album back in 2010. Hey, then I was so skimming. Like broom like this.
Why you put it?
You need to see me that time. When they showed that video to me, I'm like, so let me go. It says, that means the work of God cannot be destroyed. Like I told you back then, I wanted to show off. I wanted to tell them that I can do it. I can become great in this thing.
Yes.
So I started with enemy will gather, then go pafuka, then go jump from pillars, then go jump the pole. When they mention your name, Fire has burned them, they can't stop your flow cause you're born to reign. You're not a failure, you're not a loser. You know the shakata cause they can't move me. Baba de Masai, you know the failure, you don't pay the price. Oh, to buy when you lose federal song. Oh yeah, see me now. Can you do some shakara? Oh yeah, see me now. Level don't change,
Yes,
Jesus don't. But I don't want. Oh.
Please.
I started back there rapping.
Much. Thank you so much for sharing your life with us Saturday. God bless you so much. And I know a lot of fans have. I'm sure you enjoyed yourself because me, I did, and I have fun. So, and that's this where we draw the curtain to our fans, to our viewers, wherever you're watching from. If you're going viral or you're going viral, please tell your story with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live. And don't forget, I am Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. Until next time, bye.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Go Get Face of Africa. I'm saying, keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is So Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Parents teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion, on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things and makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television. Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you're
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from Congo, where the World Health Organization says Ebola deaths in southern Congo have nearly doubled in just a week. 31 of the 38 confirmed cases have now proved fatal, and the virus is spreading fast, with more than 900 contacts identified. Authorities began vaccinations on Sunday with over 500 health workers and contacts already protected. But officials say poor infrastructure in Bulape, the outbreak's epicenter, has slowly delivered. The outbreak was declared on September the 5th in Kansai province near the Angolan border. The African CDC reports the disease has already spread in 4 districts. More vaccines are on the way this weekend, approved by the International Coordinating Group on Vaccine Provision. Still in Congo, tensions are rising in eastern Congo as M23 rebels and government troops dig in along the front lines. Over the weekend, the rebel group staged a military parade in Goma, claiming more than 7,000 new recruits, though rights groups warn that many may have been forced to join. The display comes just weeks before Congo, Rwanda, and mediators are set to sign a peace deal in Washington. That agreement would require Rwanda to cut support for M23 and hand back captured territory. But renewed clashes and accusations of ceasefire breaches are already raising doubts. The conflict has left at least 3,000 persons dead, millions displaced, and a UN report accused both sides of horrific atrocities from torture to sexual slavery. For many civilians, hopes for peace remains fragile, overshadowed by the rebels' latest show of strength. Still in Congo and in Kinshasa, the High Military Court has delayed its verdict in the historic war crimes trial of former President Joseph Kabila. Judges said prosecutors needed more time to present new evidence, including financial documents and witness testimonies that could link Kabila to funding the Rwandan-backed M23 rebels group. The final decision is now expected today, Friday. Kabila, who ruled for 18 years, faces charges of treason, complicity with M23 rebels, crimes against humanity, rape, and corruption. The military prosecutor has even called for the death penalty. The former leader, on trial in absentia from exile, rejects the allegation as politically motivated. He accuses President Felix Tshisekedi's government of using the court to silence him as a rival. The case has exposed deep political fractures in the DRC, where Kabila's party has been banned and his assets freezed. The outcome, guilty or not, is expected to have major consequences for Congo's fragile stability and its fight against armed groups in the east. Meanwhile, some Nigerians and Gambians deported from the United States to Ghana are now fighting back in court. Lawyer Olivier Baker Vonamor says 11 of the 14 deportees are being held illegally in the Ghanaian military camp, despite committing no offense in the country. He is demanding the government produce them in court. In Washington, D.C., 5 deportees, 3 Nigerians and 2 Gambians, have also filed a lawsuit against the U.S. government, arguing their removal violated immigration rulings and U.S. laws. The legal challenges come a week after Ghana accepted 14 deportees from the U.S., sparking fresh controversies over how the cases are being handled. Moving on, Amnesty International Kenya has congratulated the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, or ODPC, for its achievement at the 47th Global Privacy Assembly in Seoul, South Korea. The office was recognized in 4 categories, including education and public awareness, dispute resolution, innovation, and the People's Choice Award. Since 2019, Amnesty International Kenya has partnered with ODPC to strengthen data governance. They praise the Office for enforcing Kenya's Data Protection Act and safeguarding citizens' privacy rights. The Ministry of Information, Communications, and the Digital Economy also received acknowledgement for supporting ODPC's work, which has been vital in reaching these milestones. Amnesty International Kenya urged the government to continue backing the office with adequate resources. They stressed that more funding will allow ODPC to scale up initiatives enforce the law more effectively, and maintain his role as a global leader in data protection. Meanwhile, Liberia's President Joseph Boakai has suspended Deputy Youth Minister Byron McGill after allegation he raped a 14-year-old girl. The executive mansion says the suspension is part of the government's zero-tolerance policy on sexual and gender-based violence and will remain in effect while investigation continues. Inspector General of Police Gregory Coleman told reporters that the case is delicate, with investigators reviewing CCTV footage, interviewing witnesses, and preparing DNA tests. He says a subpoena for the suspect's call logs will also determine his whereabouts. Coleman stressed the police will only arrest McGill once there is sufficient evidence for a successful prosecution, urging the public to be patient. The victim is receiving care and protection from the Ministry of Gender. Women's rights group welcomed the suspension but are demanding swift justice. Inspector General Coleman says no one is above the law in Liberia. And in Uganda, National Unity Platform leader Bobby Wine has criticized the Ugandan government for failing to act against human traffickers following a BBC investigation exposing the exploitation of young women in Dubai. In the documentary Death in Dubai, women were lured with promises of decent jobs but forced into prostitution and abuse, with some coerced into paying inflicted deaths. Survivors named Ugandan nationals, including Charles Abe Mwensigwa, as key orchestrators. Bobby Wine called the expose disturbing, warning that without equal employment and fair wages at home, desperate youth will continue risking their lives abroad, often facing exploitation and death. Deputy Speaker Thomas Tayebwa also urged government actions, criticizing the Minister of Gender for issuing statements without enforcing accountability. Human rights groups are demanding immediate investigations and tougher measures to combat human trafficking and protect Ugandans overseas. Well, you're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People television. Now we'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us this afternoon is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is a public and political affairs analyst and also an economist by profession and a writer here in Nigeria. Dr. Peter, a very good afternoon to you, sir. Thank you so very much. Also joining us virtually all the way from Uganda is Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakinye. Barrister Edward is a lawyer, a business associate, and also a human rights activist. Barrister Edward, a very good afternoon to you.
Thank you. Good evening, David. I will be traveling. I'll be talking to you and traveling, but I will be getting it well. Thank you.
All right, then. Also joining us virtually all the way from Liberia is Mr. Hansen G. Blayan, a media and communication professional. Mr. Hansen, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Davis, and thank you so much for the platform.
Thank you so very much for being a part of this. Also, all the way from Kenya is Mr. Martins Irere Njwe, who is joining us also virtually. Mr. Martins is a public and political affairs analyst, a financial advisor, and the CEO and founder of Wealthgate Insurance Agency. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you as well.
A very good afternoon to you, Mr. David.
Thank you so very much, gentlemen, for being here. All right, I'm going to start off this conversation from Uganda, and interestingly, I want Ms. Barrister Edward to be a part of this at the start off. Interestingly, there was a documentary by BBC investigation exposing the exploitation of young women, Ugandan women, in Dubai. Well, this is not about the first time that the BBC will be having this kind of documentary about young people, particularly women, And in Africa, there was a time also that, of course, some Nigerian nationals were also involved in this particular incident. But the part where National Unity Platform leader Bobby Wine is coming out vocal to talk about the situation in the country, Uganda, stating that it's about how the government has failed to act on giving adequate life and lifestyle to Ugandans as a reason for this young people wanting to leave the country. What's your position with these kind of conversation, Barrister Edward? I want to get your broad overview of this conversation.
Thank you very much, David. As I told you, I'm actually joining you in the studio as on the road. So you'll have to forgive me a bit.
It's fine.
As I give my contribution,
yes.
The leader of opposition in Uganda, Bobi Wine, I think we can call it a political kind of a view because Bobi Wine has been in existence for a long time. He has never contributed on issues of human trafficking. And how come that Uganda is entering into elections just a year to come? Actually, not even a year, it's actually a few months. It is when you start talking about human trafficking. Human trafficking is something which has been taking place in Africa, not even in Uganda. So I believe this is a political statement. We are all in a crisis when it comes to issues of human trafficking. So kindly, that one I won't take it as a serious statement from a leader of opposition in Uganda. I'm totally pro-government, but I tell you for sure, when you start issuing statements, which you as a leader was actually supposed to lead in front all along, immediately when elections ended, that is the 4 years ago, Bobi Wine kept quiet. He has never contributed an appeal in the parliament on giving solutions on human trafficking. So I don't think whether it's a serious statement on the side of opposition. Thank you.
Let me take this conversation again to Liberia at this point. And interestingly, Mr. Blayon, you're aware of this conversation as well, and the fact that opposition leader Bobby Wine, who of course is also running for presidency in the coming election in Uganda, is clearly saying that without doubt, this is unemployment at the largest scale. One of the reasons why young people of Uganda and of course some African young people leaving the continent to places like Europe and of course are being found victim of human trafficking. What's your position with this kind of conversation coming from an opposition? And of course, what can be done to navigate not having these young people leave the shores of Africa and of course find themselves being trafficked by people who are not supposed to have such intelligence of these young people?
Oh, thank you so much, David, and thanks for the invite. So I'm glad to be a part of this platform today. So myself, my name is Hamsen. I'm from Liberia. As it relates to the topic on the discussion, human trafficking, it is a global issue. Let's talk about Africa, which is victims of human trafficking a whole lot. There have been a lot of reports on human trafficking. In 2022, there's a report it says 16.3% deceased in the human trafficking cases, resulting in 1,600 investigative reports that have been over the years, and that includes child trafficking, women, and all of that. But the thing that the statement by Bobby Wine, which of course is the opposition, is not a wrong statement. I think it is a national concern that need an individual to raise as issues. However, I understand that he had not been talking about it because of his position, because elections is coming. But again, the issue of trafficking, human trafficking, it is a genuine issue that involves the violations of human rights, because citizens who live in Uganda and going to Europe for greener pasture is as a result of lack of opportunity, as a result of corruption, as a result of a lot of issues. So in order for this to be settled, I think the human rights report need to be taken very seriously. Like one of the institutions that released the human rights report in Uganda is the Julius Institute for Human Trafficking. They do a whole lot of human rights report, and it shows that Uganda, the human trafficking is too much. And the government needs to see a fix to bring perpetrators to book those who have involved and try to provide opportunity for victims who have been victim of the issue of the human trafficking. So this part is political, but we have to look at the humanitarian part of it as citizens who have been trafficked as a result of a lack of opportunity in the country. So for me, it's not political. I think it's more of human interest.
All right, then. I'm still going to stay with you, Mr. Blayon, because, again, there's an emerging story from your country, Liberia, where the Deputy Youth Minister, Brian McGill, have been accused of raping a 14-year-old girl. Now, he's on suspension as it stands. But then, what is the situation in Liberia presently as concerning this story? Let's get it from you firsthand, because, of course, you're residents in Liberia right now.
Yeah, it's true. There's allegations against the Deputy Minister for Development and Planning, and the president was able to suspend him. So it's the allegation, but for background criminal justice, it's the allegations. Article 21C of our constitutions, 1986, it says that anyone who is accused is proven innocent until a court of competent jurisdiction. However, he's innocent at the moment because there is no evidence to prove that. What is based on now, it is because rape is non-bailable crime. It's the capital offense in our country under our penal law, 14.70 of our law. However, the evidence now that the prosecution do have is circumstantial evidence. They are not substantial enough to put him behind prison. This part is non-bailable. So I think the state is looking for sufficient evidence and witnesses that will testify against the deputy ministers that indeed he raped this girl, who have to be one of his staff or chief of security. It is in the best interest of the government to save its reputation as well to give the government face to investigate through the process. However, public opinion, sentiments is all into it. I think the government have making it efforts, and the inspector of police said it. He said they are gathering sufficient evidence enough so that this case can be filed to court, which is criminal code E, that is responsible for sexual and reproductive violence.
All right, then. Thank you so very much for that update, because Africans would want to know what the situation is presently. And of course, you've really reeled it out there. Until there is sufficient evidence, which of course is one of the things that the police has said, that until there is sufficient evidence, they definitely will be bringing the deputy minister to book. All right, let's bring the conversation to Kenya, where we have Mr. Martins also joining this conversation. Well, I'm going to go back to the Ugandan story, Mr. Martins. Human trafficking is something that is quite, I don't know how to put it, quite a painful one, because young people in Africa decide to go to Europe for greener pastures, and of course, some are promised a good job, which is one of the reasons why some of these young ladies were victims of this trafficking. And again, according to the BBC report, there is a conversation about some persons who have promised these young ladies good job, but are not delivering the job. Let's talk on the part of opposition, Mr. Martins. Opposition voicing their position about the government not doing well enough for the people and, of course, the young people to travel out of the country. What's your position with these conversations? And again, how can these be navigated and, of course, brought to book to the barest minimum in countries across Africa, not just Uganda, because, of course, Nigeria and, of course, Kenya have been victims of this human trafficking across Europe before now?
Thank you, Mr. David, for the opportunity. I would like to say that the opposition leader, Bobi Wine, has brought a very crucial statement, not only in Uganda, but across Africa at large. Human trafficking has been an ongoing concern because the government is not delivering service to the republic or to the citizen. One of the key mandates for any government across globe is to harness the environment from business. Another thing is to create business opportunity, create employment, but we have seen contrary from this area, and that's why you can see mostly even here in Kenya it is happening. Government is fostering trafficking and the human labor across other countries that have harnessed the situation for job creation. But I think Africa should bring the hygiene of democracy and the policy that are steering the Africa to the round economy, so that from digital, whereby youth can tap to digital, youth can have an environment where it harnesses job creation. Secondary is tax. Africa is burdening its citizen with the tax. When the country harness and adjusts the matters of tax, it makes the economy to steer. But we are seeing what we call aristocracy in the matters of governance, hence making it handy for job creation in our Africa. Another thing is we have more resource from gold, from any when we call it mining. We have everything, even in agriculture, but we have seen people who are rooting funds from government, from the public funds, for their own gain. The funds that should harness job creation, industrialization, and make even education system free, make health system free, so that our economy can create an harness situation for job creation and fostering and addressing the issue that our young people are facing, but we are seeing contrary. So Bob Wine, another thing to say is that Uganda particularly, it needed to address their policy and their constitution, so that we can see Bob Wine is speaking because we are ending into a season of politics or election, whereby they have been silenced by their dictatorial system of leadership.
All right then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Martins, for that submission. Let me bring it to the studio here where Doctor have been standing by for a while. Doctor, I want to come to you on the part of the economy of Uganda. Again, it's coming from the back heels of the fact that there is election circle around the corner, and some have said Bobby Wine's statement is politically motivated because, look, he wants to consistently be in the face of the people, plus the fact that he's a young person. But talking about the economy, if the economy was right, would young people leave Africa, particularly Uganda? And of course, you're aware that this is not just a Ugandan story alone, because it has happened 1-2 times, even across other countries in Africa. How can this be navigated? And then how can economies be rejigged back into functionality with the kind of leadership that we find in Africa presently?
That's a good question. I want to start by saying that slave trade has not ended. Slave trade, people thought that it has ended. It has not ended. What ended was the white men coming to Africa, arrest some men, put them in chains and take them to Europe and America. That is what has ended. Understand me? Now, what we're now witnessing is, instead of white men coming to Africa, Africans are now going there by themselves. Come on, I'm going to become a slave. Before, they were being forced to go and become slaves, but now Africans are on their own.
What would you attribute to this move?
Bad economy. Bad economy. There's a saying that there's no poor country. What you have is poor resource management. No country in Africa is poor. What you have is a bad resource management, because we have leaders who have failed in harnessing both our human and natural resources. Every country in Africa has what it takes under its soil to sustain itself and even get foreign imports. Understand? But because we don't have the leaders with the right leadership, that's why this human trafficking is an African thing. Understand?
It's not just a Ugandan thing as it stands.
It's happening in Nigeria. I know of somebody who trekked from Kanu to Libya, going through the Sahara desert. I interviewed him. If you hear the story, they were drinking their urine.
For survival.
For survival. Trekking that the hot sun of the Sahara desert to Libya, from there to Egypt, and from Egypt to Israel. But on getting to Israel, he was deported back to Nigeria. Why? He had his certificate, but Nigeria has not provided him anything at all.
Now, Doctor, looking at this situation, how can the governments of African states try as much as they can to not only rejigging the economy to making it work for her people, but most importantly, having to carefully manage the resources that they have? How can that be done? Because you've mentioned the fact that we don't have leaders who are practically going to take care of our resources and, of course, make Africa the nation and, of course, the continent that we desire it.
One, we cannot talk of leadership without empathy. Empathy simply means feeling what the people that you are ruling are feeling. Understand?
Okay.
You cannot be feasting while the people you are ruling are fasting. Understand? You cannot be drinking champagne while the people you are ruling cannot even fill water to drink. So we cannot separate leadership from empathy. So empathy is the beginning of leadership. Being able to put yourself in the shoes of the people that you are ruling. Leadership by example.
Okay.
Practicing what you preach. Delivering on your campaign promises. But there's one thing that I'm not happy about. When somebody raises a genuine concern, they say, no, it's the voice of the opposition. What Bobby said is a critical issue that ought to be looked into. It shouldn't be dismissed because it's in the opposition. Human trafficking is ravaging Africa. Understand me? So you shouldn't dismiss it because he's in the opposition and the election is near. No, this is a concern that should be taken seriously.
All right, then.
No matter who raised it.
All right, then. Now, let's talk on the part of the union, African Union, basically. Again, it's looking more like we're having structures without having humans. Because, again, if we have strong leaders, just like you are pointing out, maybe the likes of the African Union would be strong enough. How can the African Union at this point, of course, African Union as led by the Angolan president Lourenço, who again has been vocal on some situation, how can the African Union have a stamp out of these kind of trafficking, particularly on the Mediterranean and of course going through the desert as well?
Well, one is a kind of that's having Africa first mentality. Putting Africa first, understand?
Okay.
Putting Africa first, then forming that's an economic union among because Africa is a very rich, the richest continent in the world. UK was built by Africa. Understand? It is what they stole from Africa that they used to develop Europe. So if you can say, let us focus on Africa first. Let us harness both our human and human resources. Let us not have this inferiority complex.
By way of policies, you want to say?
Sure.
All right, then. But I'm going to stay with you, Doctor, and I'm going to take the same question all across the other panelists. Interestingly, the 14 persons that were deported from the U.S. to Ghana are presently having to take the Ghanaian government to court because these persons are being kept in the Ghanaian military camp. Is that the way to go? Because you would recall as well, the Ghanaian government did say that as it stands, they did not take anything from the US government. They only feel these are our brothers, we can help them navigate them getting to their countries. But as it stands, these guys have been left in military camps as against the fact that they are supposed to be somewhere in their country.
Well, if you feel that you are helping the United States, then why put them in military camps? Because they were deported back to their countries, and you want to be the first host. Maybe let Ghana. Nkrumah was a true African. Kwame Nkrumah was a true African. Understand? So he brought Africa to the world. So now he wants to be, Muhammad wants to be the big brother of Africa. Send them to me, I will now send them to their different countries. But where are you now putting them in military camps?
Interestingly, Doctor, the African Union chair, the person of Lorenco, did say that human rights should be considered first for any of these countries that will be taking in this deported immigrants from the U.S. But as it stands, these guys are in court with the Ghanaian government because, according to them,
they are fighting for their fundamental human rights. Sure.
So looking at these kind of conversations, are we saying that the Ghanaian government clearly did not want to spend anything of their resource to taking care of these people before sending them to their countries? Is that what it's saying?
No, what the Ghanaian government has now meant is to make them prisoners. Understand?
Right.
Because in the military camp, they are not free.
Exactly.
They are being watched. I'm sure that's not the brief from the United States. Understand? If you have that's a center where you can put them, then let they are different. Or Nigeria has an embassy in Accra.
Exactly.
They can take them to Nigeria embassy in Accra. These are people, take them home. That if they don't want to use their own money to transport them to Abuja, they can take them to the Nigerian embassy in Accra. These are people deported from America, take them home.
All right, then, let's take this conversation to Liberia, where we have Mr. Blayon still with us. Interestingly, you're aware of this story, Mr. Blayon, because as it stands, the 14 guys that were accepted by the Ghanaian government, of course, from the U.S., are clearly sparking fresh controversies over how their cases have been handled. What's your position with the decision to take these people to the military camp in Ghana as against what the African Union clearly stated, that the human rights should not be violated as you take in these people from the U.S. government? I don't know if Mr. Blayon is still with us.
Yeah, I'm here, I'm following.
Go ahead.
So I think the issue of human rights is a concern here, and Ghana accepting migrants from the U.S. of different nationality, not just of Ghanaian citizens, but trying to set them at a different route. Why can the U.S. not deport them to their country of origin, but send them to Ghana, not just Ghana, but on a military base? We have to think of something else. Of recent, we're talking about Kenya accepting huge migrants from the U.S. prisoners into the country, brought a lot of international concern. But I think what the AU is also arguing here is, what our concern is, if you are taking these people back, how are you expecting them to be reintegrated to society? The livelihood is the concern here. So I listened to the doctor, and it's true. The reason they are taking the Ghanaian government to court, it is because they accepted this deal with us, not telling them what the terms and conditions are. So in other words, I think if America there's a shallow deal that we don't know about, but they signed a deal with the U.S. about this migrant. But I think this case is about human rights, and it's a matter of them right being protected, because you are into a military camp. And in military camp, there are a lot of things that happen there. You don't know what their life is going to be even a day after. So it is a matter of international concern, and I think the AU is making a suggestion, but I don't know how far would they go in terms of showing that the right of these people who have been deported from the US to Ghana on the military camp, that they should be safe and return back to their country safely. And integration to the livelihood of the community is a concern that should be with even the government as well.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Uganda, where Barrister Edward is still with us. Now, well, again, this conversation about the illegal detention of these migrants from the U.S. is something that is sparking so much controversies, because as against the backdrop of what the U.S. government clearly is saying, this is something that Africans are totally aware of. Ghana decided to take in these people, just like every other African countries like Uganda, Eswatini, even Sudan, as it were. But looking at the fact that these people are being taken to the military camp, do you think at this point the Ghanaian government is clearly saying to anybody who cares to listen, we're not spending any of our cities on any of these people, but what we'll do is to make sure that we return them back to their country? Is that, again, from your analysis now, do you think that is what the U.S. government really desired for these migrants? Or is there something else that we don't know about? Barrister Edward, I don't know, you need to unmute your mic so we can hear you. Okay, I think we're still having a bit of back and forth with him because he's on the road. Let me take the same question to Mr. Martins. Mr. Martins, I don't know if you heard my question. What's your position with these conversations, particularly on the fact that these migrants now are being taken to the military camp? And of course, a lawyer clearly stating right now that this is not what was agreed with the U.S. government. What's your position with all of this?
Thank you, Mr. Envin. I think it is a global issue that is happening across the board, where we can see people have been held in communicando, whereby they cannot express or they cannot state what happened, and no one can substantiate what is happening. So I think these people being held in communicando is for U.S. government to have the investigation of what might be have transpired. And if these people have been held in a favorable situation or civilian prisons, it means that they can express or they can express their humanitarian grievances through the institutions that are in place. But now being held in a military court, it means they are held in a communicando, and no one to express or to get hold of their own, or to reach out to their country of their existence. I think if there might be allegations or accusations or wrongdoings from these individuals, they are to be held in a place where they cannot access information, access the judicial system, so that the grievances or the mistake they might have transpired to be investigated and the report be held. So, and sending these people to their country of their existence, it means that they're gonna find somebody from their country, hence diluting the investigation that might be ongoing. So I think that is my area of analysis on the matter.
All right, then let me take 30 seconds to ask you this, and of course this is going to go across the escalating clashes between the M23 rebels and the government forces, threatening the peace deal that is ongoing in Washington. Again, do you think that that peace deal will see the light of the day with this recent escalating clashes between the M23 rebels and the government forces? Do you think that peace deal is going to see the light of the day in the DRC? I'm talking about DRC Congo now.
Much, Mr. David. I want to state that United States has been one of the institution. Let me call it institution that is steering the progress and the future of the Grombo concern.
Right.
Another thing, it means that when we involve U.S. too much in our issues, it means that we are going to detach ourselves from the sovereignty of our own.
All right, then.
And the democracy of our own.
All right, then.
We can see the other day they withdrawn from.
I get your position clearly. Let me take it to Liberia quickly, Mr. Blayon. What's your position? Do you think this peace deal is going to really see the light of the day? 30 seconds.
This peace deal is not going to work because on several occasions, Al Jazeera on August 19, 2025 said that we gave a report that this peace deal is not going to work because the M23 rebels accusing the Cuban governments of not being able to settle, despite of the allegations of the former president Joseph Kabila involvement and back the government of seizing the country city. However, the United States influence coming to this it's on a minimal resource for we want to know how far they will go, but the possibility of that happening, I don't see it that quite fruitful. So I think we have to look at that and we have to region.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Blayon. Let me bring it back to the studio because I know Barrister Edward is not with us right now because he had to go. Doctor, same question. This peace deal, is this going to really see the light of the day with, of course, in Washington as it stands?
Africans should know that America is not their Father Christmas.
So something is coming in for it?
What they want is their interest first. So I'm a proponent that Africa is best fitted to solve their own problems.
Okay. That, again, is a very good way to anchor this conversation. And this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis of the African news this beautiful afternoon. I want to say thank you to all of the gentlemen that did lend their voice, starting from you here, Dr. Peter Anosike, one, of course, who is an economist in Nigeria, a writer, and a public and political affairs analyst. Thank you so very much, Doctor, for being here.
Thank you.
Also, virtually joined us, Barrister Edward Okwara-Matakinye. Barrister is a lawyer, business associate, and human rights activist. I want to say thank you to you, Barrister, for being here. Also, Mr. Henson G. Blayon, a media and communication professional. I want to say thank you also for being here. And of course, Mr. Martin Siberi Njue, public and political affairs analyst, financial advisor, CEO and founder of WealthGate Insurance Agency. Thank you so very much, gentlemen, for always being here as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the rest of the African news will continue shortly, just after this quick break. Please. Thank you. We're glad to have you back at the Studio African News right here in Voice of the People Television. Now let's get to more stories. Guinea's capital, Conakry, was alive with music, prayers, and rallies as campaigning closed ahead of Sunday's constitutional referendum. Supporters of coup leader Colonel Mamadi Doumbouya staged reggae concerts and Quran readings, filling streets with trucks, banners, and T-shirts bearing his image. Absent though was the opposition. Campaign materials post only one message: vote yes. The referendum will decide whether a new draft constitution passes, a key step towards election expected in December. At least half of the country's 6.7 million eligible voters must turn out for that particular event. And from that particular story, we'll move straight to talking African business stories. A new report by the Open Society Foundation warns that Africa's democracies are at risk if economic inequalities isn't addressed. Dr. Ndongo Samba Cilia, the study author, says issues like dependence on the CFA francs and unequal land distribution weaken democratic systems. Dr. Cilia explains without control over monetary policy, it's hard to achieve sustained growth. And in countries like South Africa and Namibia, land inequality limits shared prosperity. The report also links youth frustration to protest and coups across the continent. In Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, many young people see military governments as possible alternative because past democratic regimes failed to deliver security and economic opportunities. Dr. Cilia called for a substantive democracy, one that combines popular participation with economic justice. The report stressed that without addressing these structural challenges, Africa's fragile democracies may face even greater risk. And to wrap up the Africa news, let's go talking some sports. At the World Athletics Championship in Tokyo, Botswana's Colin Kibinashipi made history in the men's 400 meters. The 21 years old stomped to victory in 43.53 seconds, a new national record, becoming the first man from his country to win a world title. Trinidad and Tobago's Jareem Richards took silver in 43.73 seconds, also a national record. Botswana claimed another medal with Bayapo Ndori finishing third in 44.20 seconds. Kenneth Nishipi, celebrating his breakthrough, said it feels crazy and that he's proud of Botswana's progress as a nation and as a continent. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day, or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content they come on at VOP TV.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ị mata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner.
Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Parents teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello and welcome to Aviation Scope. My name is Vivian Che. This edition seeks to examine the newly introduced aviation tax reform policy and issues surrounding it. To help us dissect with this subject is Dr. Dayo Kayode, a sociopolitical technocrat and aviation safety expert. Dr. Kayode, you are welcome.
It's my pleasure to be with you this moment. Nice having me.
Thank you. So the IATA has expressed concerns that Nigeria's new Tax Reform Act contradicts international civil aviation operations, organizations, and ICAO and ECOWAS regulations. Now, how critical is it for Nigeria's tax laws to align with international aviation?
Yes, once again, thanks having me, and especially on this crucial matter that is affecting our national aviation sector. There is no country that exists in isolation without affiliations to various international laws, treaties, and all that. And so also is Nigeria, especially when it comes to aviation, because all of the things that have made the world to be a global village is the aviation industry. All right. And in aviation industry, we have ICAO, we have IATA that are controlling activities there within the industry. So also we have that of ECOWAS. And to that extent, there are a lot of treaties that are there that member nations had subscribed to. When I say subscribed to which they are signatories to those dictates of standards and regulations within the industry, and upon which taxation, because taxation ultimately affects pricing, okay, is also one of it. Now, when you're talking now about Nigeria coming up to put up a special tax that is outside the dictates of these international standards and recommended practices, then definitely it's going to negate what Nigeria had signed. And when it negates what Nigeria as a country has subscribed to, Nigeria that is being looked as a big player, when they now come up with antithetic activities, antithetic laws on the part of the on the part of the international organizations that control it, then what does it portend? When Togo is not doing it, Ghana is not doing it, Cotonou is not doing it, Cote d'Ivoire is not doing it, then how will Nigeria now say, look, you can at any point in time abrogate what you had one time or the other assented to? It doesn't speak well of our country. It doesn't speak well. It's a kind of demarketing us, because where you cannot be trusted on one thing, how will you be trusted on other things?
That's $1 billion question, right? So what I hear you say is that it's a lot of imagery problem for us, talking about branding.
It's part of it. But thank God, the Minister of Aviation, honestly speaking, I've never been a fan of the guy though. Minister of Aviation. First of all, what he has been doing in aviation industry, honestly speaking, pricks me and endears me to him. Look at when he was talking about aircraft leasing. When this airline was having issues in UK, Airpeace. Look at the way he stood up gallantly. So many things he had been doing. He also, I never knew he could come up and then be saying things that will be able to, how do I put it now, damage control the situation. Kudos to him. I never met him. He was never my fan. I'm never his fan. But honestly speaking, when I see somebody doing good things, I acknowledge it. I acknowledge he's trying to come into the situation. And I hope that he will get the grace and then the knowledge, the wisdom to be able to tackle it, so that our image will not be dented within the international community of aviation industry.
Fantastic. It's interesting that you mentioned the Aviation Minister, Festus Keyamo. You also talked about Airzies. In fact, one of the news I broke today was that the regulator, NCAA, as well as the Ministry of Aviation, they both clamped down hard on Airpeace because a couple of his staff were under the influence of alcohol when taxi, right? This happened recently. So I wonder why you were smiling.
I don't know. Honestly, I was not expecting you to go to that because Airpeace is my choice of airline, and I love what Oyema has been able to do in the industry. It's just like comparing it to what Dangote had done in the petroleum industry. And to that extent, honestly speaking, it's not the fault of Oyema or the fault of the Airpeace. It's about the fault of the individuals that are involved. The individuals that are involved had to be dealt with. You know, I was putting on top of my mind that if she peradventure venture into it without mentioning the name, I will stop you from mentioning the name because the earpiece is doing greatly, honestly speaking.
Yeah, but when stuff needs to be said, it should be said, right?
The ministry have been putting some kind of encumbrances on his successes. Imagine is not in flight. The aviation, the aviation bridge it was given. It's not fair. It's not fair. It can't be maltreated outside the country and not being respected here. We're supposed to be taking Oyama and his airline. We're supposed to be guarding like egg because he's somebody that has removed the kind of a spike from our eyes. Sure, that's the truth.
Why do you say that? Is it because Nigeria does not have a national carrier?
Where's our? Do we have a national carrier? National carrier that was there before, and some people just went there and they dismantled it and make it their own. Where are they? Where are the airlines now? It's a pity because you see. Let me tell you. Sometimes when some people see me that I talk with great passion, I know why. Because I'm a transport expert. I'm a member of Institute of Transport UK. Right. My certificate was signed by the Queen. Okay. So when it comes to transportation industry, I have researched a lot. Look at our Nigerian national shipping line. Look at the ocean liners we were having before now. Look at that edifice at Apapa. Look at how it is now, moribund. Can you imagine Nigeria having about 23 ocean liners in 1988, 89? Because that's where I used it as my case study when I was doing my master's degree. Do you understand? Where are those vessels now? For goodness sake, what is wrong with us as a people? Look at our Nigerian Airways. Nigerian Airways. Look at our hangars. Air France. Air France. Kenyan Airways. South African Airways. And some other airlines. They always come to do their sea check in Nigeria here before now. Where are all those facilities? Where are our engineers? What has happened to them, for goodness sake? You know, sometimes when somebody like me thinks about this, it gives me some kind of crazy nostalgic. Do you understand? People need to go back to history and see what I'm talking about. Just stand there, 1980, 86, 87. What was our exchange rate, for goodness sake? What was our exchange rate? For goodness sake, what was it? 80 something kobo to $1. 80 something to $1. How much did my father bought a brand new 505 SR in 82? With all the documentation and everything, not up to 11,500 naira.
I mean, let's go way back. Once upon a time, the naira was more valuable than the dollar.
The thing we are doing now, what we are doing now in the industry as regards taxation was what we were doing then, and people were not talking about it.
Doctor, I'm glad you brought us back to the issue of taxation. Now, brings me to the next question here. What then are the potential consequences of non-compliance?
It is better imagined than experienced. When you will only appreciate the consequences when you are able to appreciate what happens to somebody that is being isolated among the people. When there is a group of 20 people, and then you are isolating one out of them, how will that person feel? That is exactly what the consequences looks like. We're now going to be like a child without parents. We're going to be like a person that has no family. We're going to be a kind of an isolated nation out of the global village. Because before all those treaties, all those regulations that were signatory to were made, some professionals had sat down. It will surprise you. It will surprise you that a Nigerian is the director of IATA in a particular in sub-Saharan Africa, in Nigeria. What happens to that kind of a person? When your country is abrogating from what he has signed to uphold, is that person supposed to be at that seat? Is that person supposed to be at that seat? No. So what happens to him? So these are part of the consequences. Jane, there won't be a kind of a collaborative effort, because people will not be afraid to collaborate with Nigeria. That here is a people that doesn't yield to agreement. That sign an agreement with Nigeria now with a Nigerian. It's a lie. Oh. You don't trust the person. So these are issues upon issues. We can be talking about it day in, day out, the consequences. But for us to understand it better, just look at somebody, a single individual, being isolated from a group of 20. What happens to that person? Exactly the same thing. Nigeria is going to be left in the cold when it comes to aviation industry, because there are some trade fairs, exhibitions, exchange of ideas and all that goes around within members of aviation industry in the world. They will put Nigeria by the side that you don't trust them. You don't trust Nigerians. There won't be any collaboration with Nigeria. Then what happens? What happens? What happens? Even though you are VOP and there are other TV stations, can you operate on your own without BON? You can operate on your own without BON.
In other words, a tree cannot make a forest. So let's talk about this a little bit here. What are the potential impacts of these new taxes on the operational costs as well as competitiveness of these Nigerian airlines?
You see, when you impose tax on the aviation industry, between you and me, it doesn't have, as far as I'm concerned, I can't see any positive potentials there. I don't see any positive impact. You know why? Because when you are imposing tax, that means you are increasing the fund that you are going to pump into your business. A cost into your cost. Yes, cost. It increases your cost of production. All right? And when you are increasing cost of production in aviation industry, where do you get that money back from? From the tickets you are selling to the customers. That is the passengers. And when you are imposing that on the passengers, that means the passengers, definitely, they will look for an alternative, because there are alternatives. Forget it. Forget it. Before now, I go to Abuja or the airline. When I'm going to Abuja now, I will go on GU. I'm not advertising, I'm sorry, but then I just have to mention. GU. How much is GU? Less than 1/3 of the amount I will use to transfer myself to Abuja. And if I have, today is Friday, right? If I had an appointment in Abuja, for instance, on Sunday, I will leave on Friday, so that by Saturday I will rest. Monday, I will go up Sunday, go and do my appointment. So to that extent, it will make airlines to lose customers. And because they are in business, they want to cut corners. And mark you, when you cut corners, you are now sacrificing safety for your gains. And in aviation, safety should be 100%. I can tell you from my research, a lot of airlines, out of capital, whatever, they want to make money and all that. Lorenzo, go and Google Lorenzo Airlines in America. Why he went into oblivion. Do you understand? A lot of airlines have gone into oblivion because of that. Because they want to make more money than safety. And what happens? So for me, it should have been better if the authorities concerned can listen to this interview. Or if viewers can make the interview to train very well to get to those that are in positions of authority. Yes, I mean viewers of VOP, if they can train this particular interview very well and make it to get to the people in positions of authority so that they will know the implication of imposing obnoxious, unnecessary taxes within the industry. They should leave it for NCAA and co to liaise with the world governing bodies like ICAO, IATA, ECOWAS and all that, and then see what we can do to improve our aviation rather than those that are not well informed about aviation activities to now be imposing taxation on the industry.
In a short while, I'm going to be asking you to make more recommendations as regards what we're discussing on the. Well, why don't we take a short break, right? You're still watching Aviation Scoop on VOP TV. We'll be right back after this short break. Stay with us.
Boarding an aircraft may look routine, but it's one of the most crucial moments in air travel. How smoothly or poorly it goes often sets the tone for the entire flight. And that's why boarding etiquette is so important. It helps reduce delays, keeps the cabin orderly, and makes flying more pleasant for everyone. Now let's break it down. First, respect the boarding order. Airlines call passengers in groups or zones for a reason, and it's not about status, it's about structure. Boarding by rows, zones, or seat numbers reduces congestion and ensures that the aircraft is filled systematically. But when passengers rush to the gate before their group is called, it causes bottlenecks, confusion, and unnecessary delays. So the golden rule is simple. Wait your time, and the process will move faster for all. Second, be prepared. Before you even step into the boarding line, make sure your essentials are ready. Your boarding pass and a valid form of identification should be easily accessible. If you're fumbling through bags at the counter, you're holding up the line behind you. A little preparation goes a long way in keeping things smooth. Third, overhead bin space. This one is critical. Overhead bins are communal spaces and they are not designed for one person's entire wardrobe. Large carry-on bags should go into the bins directly above your seats whenever possible. And smaller items, handbags, laptops, coats, belong under the seat in front of you. Now this leaves room for everyone and prevents the stressful last-minute hunt for bin space when the cabin is almost full. Fourth, keep the aisle moving. The aircraft aisle is like a highway. If one person stops too long, the whole line backs up. Once you find your seat, step aside, quickly stow your bag, and sit down. If you need more time to organize, step out of the aisle and let others pass. It's small courtesy that makes a big difference. Fifth, seat etiquette. As you settle in, be mindful of your neighbors. Avoid pushing or pulling too hard on seat backs as you move. If you're storing luggage overhead, do it carefully so items don't fall. And if someone needs help, like a shorter passenger struggling with a bag, offering a hand is part of good boarding manners. 6. Mind your manners. Traveling can be stressful and kindness goes a long way. A polite please and thank you to cabin crew, patience with fellow passengers, and a smile when someone squeezes past you. These small gestures create a calmer, friendlier atmosphere. Remember, everyone is heading to a destination and cooperation makes the journey smoother. Finally, remember safety. Boarding etiquette isn't only about courtesy, it's about security. When crew ask you to check in oversized bags, follow their guidance and do it. Storing items correctly, obeying instructions, and keeping aisles clear aren't just rules. They are safety measures designed to protect lives. So the next time you board a flight, think of it this way. Your behavior in those first few minutes helps shape the experience for over 100 people around you. Boarding etiquette isn't really about any other thing but respect, cooperation, and ensuring a safe, timely takeoff. The flight experience doesn't begin at 30,000 feet. It begins the moment you line up to board.
Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome back, everyone. You're still watching Aviation Scope on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Ubuche, and I have been speaking with aviation safety expert, Dr. Adidayo Kayode. Doctor, thank you so much for coming on board this flight.
In fact, thank you for calling my full name today.
All right, so this is the second half of the show, and we are cruising to the end of it, actually. So my question now is, what advice would you give to all stakeholders, all parties involved? How would you get them ready for these new tax reforms? And how would you advise that business owners, are able to comply with the new law?
Yeah, you see, I've already given one particular advice to the government, and I will also want to go further like this. There are laws and there are laws. There are regulations and there are regulations. Because when IATA, they are giving their regulations and all that, they know that there are some specific situations in some countries that might not, that might not be suitable for that. So they always tell you, try as much as possible and take this particular and domesticate it within your nation. Okay? You understand? Domesticate it. So I will advise that the Nigerian government should look beyond tax experts towards coming up with this taxation on the industry, because the experts will look at it, vis-a-vis their knowledge. And from my conceptual understanding, I know there is a concept called banded rationality. Banded rationality, which I will explain. Banded rationality tells us that your knowledge can never go beyond what you know. That is banded rationality. And to that extent, any decision you are going to take will be based on that your knowledge. That is within the confines and the boundaries of the knowledge that you have. So, government should go beyond, especially when you are dealing with a delicate industry like aviation industry, should go beyond tax experts. The government should make tax experts to collaborate, all right, to work hand in hand, pari passu with aviation experts, those that understand the international rules, regulations, and standards. And especially those that knows the intricacies embedded within some of those issues brought up that Nigeria are signatories to. All right. So when you do that, then you will be able to come up with the appropriate activities in terms of taxation in the industry. That is,
you advise the government. And now I would like for you to advise the airline operators. You know, not too long ago, we heard that the federal government has reversed the 5% telecoms tax.
I was just reading that one today, and I said I'm still waiting for them because the way they have been charging me, honestly speaking, is crazy. But who do you report them to?
Yes. So my question now to you is that in the aviation industry, there is this new tax reform, this new taxes, right? In order to ensure compliance, until probably when there is a reversal, what would be your advice to airline operators?
Now, let me also tell you this. In Yoruba, but I will interpret it for you. Maybe you want to call me a that is, a hungry stomach doesn't have an air. Isn't it? Hungry stomach doesn't have an air. People that have invested. Do you think investment in aviation industry is like you investing in how to make akara and meme? It's beyond that. It's capital intensive. And when you embark for we, you have already made projection. Okay? And all of a sudden, it's just like all of a sudden, you have already prepared your team to play a game. Look at how happened to Chelsea about 3 weeks ago when, what's his name? Cole Palmer was supposed to play for them. And he got to the field and he without even kicking a ball, he had this hamstring thing. Look at what happened. So it's also the same thing. You have started a game and somebody is shifting the goalpost, and in the middle of that game, what do you expect? Crisis. Crisis. So to that extent, the aviation industry must come together if they want to survive. If aviation industry wants to survive, especially the stakeholders, the investors, those that have put their money there, they must come together as one and fight against any form of obnoxious, wicked, and Machiavellian activities that want to jeopardize whatever they might have invested in that industry. Because let me tell you this, there is money in the aviation industry. Ethiopia Airlines, Ethiopia as a country, what do they have? What does Ethiopia has? It's only the airline, and they are surviving on it. Look at Kenya. So why can't we, for goodness sake, as a nation, big nation, we were having Boeing 747 before in this country with Nigerian Airways. What happened to it? So let these people know that had invested come together as one. They should not be jealous of themselves. They should just come together and make sure that they come up with their own alternative. They come up with their own alternative, advising government. Government, this is what we know can do this. This is what we know can do this. They should be resolute on it without any iota of deviation. Resolute on it, and I'm very sure at the end of the day, our industry, aviation industry in Nigeria, will still grow. Thank you.
That's a safe place to learn, and you've been fantastic today, Achi.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me. I hope to be with you some other time.
All right. I have to speaking with Dr. Adedayo Kayode, who is an aviation safety expert, and we do hope to have him here same time, same station some other time. In the meantime, I've got to say big thanks to everyone that contributed to making the show a success. But the bigger thanks goes to you for watching. Until I come your way again, I am Vivian Obiche, and bye for now.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
The name is Dr. Silva.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Colgate Face of Africa. I'm saying, keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV. Fatima.
Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has cautioned the federal government against mismanaging the $1.7 billion allocated to the health sector in the 2025 budget. In a statement on Sunday, Atiku urged transparency and accountability, warning that the past claims of missing public funds linked to animals like snakes, monkeys, and termites must not repeat. He called on President Bola Tinubu's administration to provide a clear framework on how the funds will be spent, stressing that every kobo must be used to strengthen Nigerians' healthcare system. As Voice of the People TV, we're on the streets to bring you the opinion of citizens regarding the situation.
Experience have shown us from time immemorial, we have had different governments. So
I will not be surprised if such happens again.
It does not really mean that animal. It means those people that will handle the money, that they should use that money as they ask them to do it. They should not divert the money to another sector or to their pocket.
If we start lying on our government that the money of a thing is being taken away by tiger, lion, monkey, at the same time lions and termites, at the same time snake, we are all lying to ourselves. We all know where that money is going to.
And that's the pulse of people on the street. While some believe the youth should focus on self-improvement, others argue that accountability lies with those in power. With Atiku's concerns raised, Nigerians remain watchful, hoping that this administration will deliver on its promises. I'm Oyindamola Olukuta reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Everybody keep watching Voice of the People. All right? Love you all.
Hello, sweetie. What's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello, guys. I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi, everyone. So, shout out to VOP TV.
The world unites to observe World Patient Safety Day today, an initiative of the United Nations and the World Health Organization. This year's theme, Safe Care for Every Newborn and Every Child, draws attention to the urgent need to protect the most vulnerable patients, which are the infants and the young children, from preventable harm in healthcare settings. Every year, millions of children face risks that can be avoided with proper care, from infections caused by unsafe medical practices to complications during delivery or inadequate neonatal support. These challenges highlight the importance of prioritizing patient safety at all levels of healthcare. Health experts stress that safety for newborns and children goes beyond treatment. It includes preventive actions such as clean birthing environments, timely immunizations, safe administration of medicines, adequate nutrition, and early detection of illnesses. Strengthening healthcare systems, providing continuous training for workers, and investing in child-friendly equipment are key to saving lives.
Patient safety is critical, especially for newborns and children, because of their unique biological, care-related, and psychological vulnerability. Now, what I'm trying to say in essence is that for patients, for babies and children, there are communication barriers. You do not know, they're not able to tell you what is actually wrong with them. You just need caregivers to be able to tell their distress mode when they actually need something. And also they need them as higher risks because of their organs and their immature body, their parts, their movement, their kidney, their lungs, and also little mistake can also cause long-term consequences or a long-term impacts. Hospitals and clinics can strengthen their safety practices for children by, first of all, staff training. Staff should be updated on how to attend to these patients, to know the medication to give, and always moving with the trend. We also have infection control. There should be vigorous hand washing. Aseptic techniques should be used when attending to the patients. And for babies, we are following medical pediatric charts. I think that should be pediatric medication practices. Yeah. Following medical pediatric practices to attend to these babies, and also strict patient identification. We can make use of ID band for them, making sure that you're surely knowing that this is the patient to attend to before attending to the patient, double checking calculations before administering medication to the patient based on weights. So these are ways we can actually strengthen our safety towards our patients. It builds a safety culture where everybody and every member working there, every staff is actually looking towards the safety of the patients, avoiding risks, and also updated medical equipment. When the medical equipment, it does not give room for medical errors or low quality procedures done on that patient. So yes, those are the rules it plays, and it keeps skills fresh. You're getting updated with the new trend, the new ways, better, safer ways to attend to the patients and the babies. In my own experience, the little things that little things I think we can do to actually improve patient safety, especially in the hospital environment, is actually we have patient identification, working more on how we be able to identify our patients. If we can use code colors or ID band to be able to identify our patients, involving the families at every step of the way to be there. Whatever is happening, they should be updated. And also, the checking of medications with whoever you're working with to be certain that you are giving the little things that like little things I think we can do to actually improve patient safety, especially in the hospital environment, is actually we have patient identification, working more on how we be able to identify our patients. You can use code colors or ID band to identify our patients. Involving the families at every step of the way to be there. Whatever is happening, they should be updated. And also, the checking of medications with whoever you're working with to be certain that you are giving the right medication, the right dose, at the right route to the right patients. And also vigorous hand hygiene before we get close to any of the patients. And I think for babies, they are basically supposed to have their own things like stethoscope, thermometer. Those things should just be for them to avoid cross infection. The advice I would give to my colleague and policymaker on World Patient Safety Day is for us to work together to commit to delivering safe care through vigilance practices, proper training, and a system that prevents harm.
As the world marks this day, healthcare professionals, from doctors and nurses to midwives and pediatric specialists, are being called upon to reaffirm their role as guardians of safety for children. Praise Peters for Voice of the People TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise. And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to the issues. You're plugged to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth, the issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The issues. Don't just react. Understand.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled the seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runaway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Voice of the People Television, àwùjọ náà o.
was a professor and a medical doctor. Ngozi took her academic journey from Nigeria to United States, where she earned a bachelor degree in economics from Harvard University in 1977. Driven by a passion for development economics, she pursued a PhD in regional economics and development at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which she completed in 1981. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala dedicated 25 years to the World Bank, rising to the position of Managing Director, the second highest role in the institution.
There's an Africa that you don't hear about very much. And sometimes I'm puzzled and I ask myself why. This is the Africa that is changing, that Chris alluded to. This is the Africa of opportunity. This is the Africa where people want to take charge of their own futures and their own destinies.
She was an instrument in spearheading initiatives that addressed poverty and promoted economic growth in developing countries, particularly in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Answering the call to serve her homeland, Ngozi became Nigeria's finance minister twice, from 2003 to 2006, and again from 2011 to 2015, becoming the first woman to hold this position. She also briefly served as Nigerian Foreign Minister in 2006. During her tenure, she implemented critical reforms to combat corruption and stabilize the economy. Notably, she led negotiations that resulted in the cancellation of $30 billion of Nigeria's external debt, a monumental achievement that improved the nation's financial standing. Beyond Nigeria, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has been a formidable force on the global stage. She chaired the board of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, from 2016 to 2020, playing a pivotal role in improving access to immunization in low-income countries. In March 2021, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala made history by becoming the first woman and the first African to serve as Director General of the World Trade Organization. In 2022, Dr. Ngozi joined the group of 30 known as G30, an independent body of distinguished
studies. She holds honorary degrees from prestigious institutions and has received national honors. She is listed as one of the 50 greatest world leaders, the top 100 most influential people in the world, the top 100 thinkers, the top 3 powerful women in Africa, and many more. Despite the global responsibilities, Ngozi remained deeply connected to her family. She is married to Dr. Iyemba Iweala, a neurosurgeon, and together they have 4 children, including Uzodinma Iweala, an acclaimed author. Her life story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity, perseverance, and vision can drive transformation. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's journey reflects profound impact one individual can have on the world. Her legacy continues to inspire new generations of leaders.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Joel, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOPTV. My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV. Hi, my name is Kwekubali Ikenda Onyekwera, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you. Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm an about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has cautioned the federal government against mismanaging the $1.7 billion allocated to the health sector in the 2025 budget. transparency and